All right, happy Monday. What's good, Spirit Squad? Except today we're actually not talking about spirits. Today what we're going to be looking at is 5 color or 4 color today elementals. And yo, this deck is actually high key kind of busted. So I'll actually be doing a whole video primer on this archetype because there's a bunch of different ways to build these decks. But today we're going to be playing a 4 color version that is just a true 4 color version. It's not going to be like base Bant like Canister's List. It's not going to have any of the black cards like Lightning Skelemental or Grief. We're going to have cards that are nice and easy to cast, and it's going to be, I think, the most Spirits-like version of this deck, which is a lot of why I was interested in it in the first place. What I mean by that is that we have the most taxing elementals available in Voice of Resurgence and Unsettled Mariner, and both of these cards are going to make it so that it's really annoying to try to kill our early creatures and stop our development. So if they try to cast anything during our turn, we're going to come out with big-ass elemental tokens. The elementals will all have synergy with Risen Reef, giving us card advantage and or mana ramp over the course of a game. Life is super easy when you get to do all of that. And then, of course, Unsettled Mariner, as we already know, just makes it so that removing any of our creatures is a giant pain in the ass. Like, imagine having an Unsettled Mariner on, I don't know, turn 3 with a mana up. You know, they try to Lightning Bolt the Unsettled Mariner, they pay the tax, and then, oh crap, we Ephemerate. So, like, you know, sometimes they don't even get to kill the things they aim at after paying the Unsettled Mariner tax, and that's gotta be hella annoying for an opponent, right? But also you just get to cast like a shit ton of free spells here. Like, we've got all 4 on color, so Omnath colors, all 4 on color free spells available here. So we've got Solitude, we've got Fury, we've got Subtlety, and we've got Endurance. So we've got 10 total free elementals. And then we're playing 4 of the good Omnath. So, you know, this comes into play, you draw a card, landfall, get life, landfall 2, you get mana, landfall 3, you nug everything on your opponent's side for 4. Well, players and planeswalkers. And then 1 copy of Omnath, Locus of the Royal. This one just target somebody down for X, where X is the number of elementals you have, but also you get to like draw cards and get your creatures bigger when you have landfall. If you get 8 lands in play in this thing, then you just get the full wombo combo, and it's pretty busted. The other 2 cards here are just going to be Foundation Breakers. So obviously there's a lot of artifacts and a good amount of enchantments in the format right now, so Foundation Breaker is just like super sweet, right? Like, you get to pay 2, you naturalize something, maybe you get to target Risen Reef, but the important parts here is that Foundation Breaker is both searchable with Flamekin Harbinger and will net you card advantage over Risen Reef. Being an elemental, you can ephemerate it, or rather just being a creature, you can ephemerate it. So high key busted stuff all around. The board just really focuses down on a lot of the things we already want to be doing. So you get to play the other 3 copies of Endurance here to make your full total of 4, your other 2 copies of Subtlety for your full total of 4. This will help you get around like graveyard decks, it'll help you block creatures like Darcy, and it'll, you know, put their graveyard back into their deck so that they also can't rely on things like Unholy Heat to kill this. Like, that's just not going to happen. Subtlety will help you a lot with giant things that you just cannot deal with otherwise. So like Primeval Titans, it'll deal with Tron spells, just all kinds of big giant nasty things. The other 2 copies of Foundation Breaker, so you have your full 4, on top of 2 copies of Force of Vigor, because again, artifacts and enchantments are fucking everywhere right now. And this also includes cards like Urza Saga, because remember, it is an enchantment land. So if you have your Foundation Breaker, if you have your Force of Vigors, you can actually play like a semi-Ponza game between Foundation Breaker and Ephemerate, or you can just like Force of Vigor so that you can kill your opponents, I don't know, turn 1 Urza Saga and the Underworld Cookbook, for example. Lots of cool stuff to do. The 4th copy of Fury, this will help with any creature decks, and then 4 copies of Chalice of the Void are going to be our roundabouts here. So that'll help with stuff like Living End, that'll help with stuff like Temur Rhinos, any of like the real BS decks. So like Prowess, if you have Chalice on 1, you have again Chalice on 1 or even 0 for fighting against Hammer Time. There's a lot of cool stuff that Chalice of the Void helps with. And then the last part I'm going to kind of go into here before we actually start playing the deck is going to be basically the Demonic Tutor combo that we have access to. So the way that works is, if you have a Risen Reef already on the table, then what happens is you have Flamekin Harbinger. So you cast the Flamekin Harbinger, you already have your Risen Reef on the table, and you're going to get to put these things on the stack so that Risen Reef resolves last, and Harbinger resolves first. When you get to do that, you use Harbinger to go and get any elemental on the table that you want. I'm sorry, on the top of your deck that you want. And then Rhythm's ability is going to resolve and put the elemental that you just searched for into your hand, making Flamekin Harbinger basically 1-mana Demonic Tutor in this deck. It's really silly. So that now that we like know what this deck is looking to do and how all of the cards work here, I'm just going to go ahead and jam out a League. And yeah, hopefully this deck is just as busted for us as it feels. Oh, we just missed a prelim? Boo. Oh well. Well, let's jump into a League. I think I actually need a bunch of points to play in a thing like next weekend if I want to. I think I'm at like, I don't know, 30 or something points. So we definitely need more points if I want to play a thing. 34, yeah. So I still need 6 points if I want to play in like a showcase this weekend. So that's going to be another thing to be aware of. Let's go. What up, Scrub and Scrubs? How you doing? Hey, Poncho. Let's go 4-color elementals. Hell yes. Hell yes. So we are very, very hyped to jam out all of these cards. And I'm hoping that the deck feels just as sweet as it looks, you know? Are you not playing Mana Traders? Oh, right! I forgot about that. So, yeah, so what ended up happening was, a couple of weeks ago, I actually played a bunch of the qualifying rounds at the beginning of this month, and I stopped streaming the games at 4 and 3, something like that. So, I was a little tilted because I lost twice in the same stream, and I did tell y'all that I would play the remainder of my qualifying matches off stream, and I did end up rattling off a bunch of wins in a row, so I am qualified for Mana Traders. But I didn't want to play a bunch of Magic while I was already kind of angry, because that's, you know, that's not really like a great experience to show y'all. So, what up, Mr. Cool? How you doing? So yeah, so I didn't really want to show y'all that like angry playing, but we did finish out the Mana Traders bit, and I actually do stand a chance to make the leaderboard if I play like a couple of more matches, so I don't know, fingers crossed. Well, this is not great. So we're gonna mulligan down to 5 because we do need multiple. Oh, come on. All right, well, I guess I'll keep this, but I am not happy about it. So I'm gonna ship the Subtlety and the Fury. Yeah, I still need another land to like do anything here. So this is not really what I wanted to see as far as early things go, but maybe we can draw another land next turn and get this ball rolling. If we draw another land, we're actually fine against the Hallow Fountain decks between Voice of Resurgence and Unsettled Mariner and Cavern of Souls to deny counterspells. Oh, it's a mill deck with Hallow Fountain? What the fuck is happening? Are you milling yourself? Nope, they're milling us. Well, they did get rid of... Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Alright, how are the games so far? We will find out. This is actually round 1. So, I am going to... Unsettled Mariner. Right, this targets, right? No, it does not target. Alright. That means I should actually... Still Unsettled Mariner. But I'm going to Solitude this thing now. Because it doesn't target. So, do I play other formats or just Modern? I play a lot of different formats. So, Modern is usually my favorite format. Especially since Modern is just really good right now, specifically. But I do play in basically the whole variety of Magic the Gathering as a whole. So here I am going to grab... I want a Steam Vents? No, I want a Sacred Foundry. So Sacred Foundry will let me cast the Resurgences and the Unsettled Mariners, but also it gives me a higher chance of casting Fury or Solitude since I automatically have double color for both of those. I only play Commander? Oh, okay, cool. So, while I do not interact with Commander really at all, it is a pretty cool format overall. So I'm going to do it like this, just on the off chance that it actually does stop them from... Okay, so I exile a white card, killed... Oh, yeah. Also, I need to stop myself from doing the thing where I keep trying to point at a creature with these elementals on the stack rather than when they resolve. And I'm sure it's not going to really come up to the point where I'm like wasting time or anything, but it is something that I should probably be aware of. So yeah, I have pretty much zero experience with Commander. It's a cool format, but I just don't fucking know the format. I can respect that. It's not for everyone. I like the challenge of Commander deck building. Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense, yeah, because I'm sure there's a lot of different things that you can do within the Commander universe for sure. So what are we doing here? Is this Atasha's? Fractured Sanity, okay. So, unfortunately for me, Fractured Sanity and, what's the other one? Fractured Sanity and or Tasha's Hideous Laughter, those things don't actually target. So Unsettled Mariner does not really have much text against those things. So I'm at 34 cards, and at this point we're really just kind of pod racing. Upside, we did get to get rid of the Hedron Crab, or Ruin Crab, whichever one it was. Ruin Crab. So, you know... Oh! Can they do both? Yes, they can. Never mind. I was going to say, I don't know if they can Field of Ruin plus... Archive Trap, but they can. So they can pay the tax on this. I have to go search for a land, and when I go and search for a land, that will give them a land as well, so that they can still cast their Archive Trap by paying the 1, because the land is still going to come in untapped. So I do have a land to get, thankfully. But they can't both do this and Crab or whatever. Okay, so they do have the Archive Trap. Okay. Upsetting, but what can you do? So what I got 20 cards left? Jesus, this is fast. So let's do this. Let's Elemental here. I'm getting a phone call. Excuse me. Let me take this. Huh? Oh, I know what I did. 1 minute. Okay, much better. So, yeah, looks like we are getting fucking bopped right now, though. But let's see. Such a fun deck to play, facts. Ephemerate is super strong with elementals. Yeah, like, Ephemerate with this shell is pretty OP. I do think we're dead, though, because, like, you know, the Multi-5 sucked, obviously, so we don't really have much of a clock going on, but also they just have, like, some crazy spells here. Like, they got to use their Archive Trap, they Fractured Sanity us for 14, they have multiple crabs, so even though we have the Unsettled Mariner here, it's looking like that's just not going to really be enough to save us, which is unfortunate, but, you know, what can you do? Is Endurance still alive? It is, but we only have one in the main deck. So if I do see, I have to draw both a land that can cast Endurance and, of course, Endurance itself. So if I draw, like, Endurance plus green card or something, for example, then that will still work. Hey, thanks for following, Mr. Cool. So it is totally an option. I still have the ability to draw here. I'm actually going to do it like this because I can still, they can't Field of Ruin my planes, so in the event that I need to ephemerate something, I would rather keep my basic up rather than a non-basic to do that with. And of course it can't be counterspelled, so if they try that, then they can fuck off. Okay, so that sucks. Because it's not a targeted thing, so they're just gonna get to mill me for the 4 here. This doesn't change anything. So I should go ahead. Kahira casts it. No, Kahira does. Oh, yeah. If I can put Kahira in my hand. Yeah, you're right. So, you may be right that I probably should have just put Kahira in my hand rather than holding up Ephemerate. But I was fairly positive that they had a copy of Path to Exile, but you could be right that I should have just put a Kahira in my hand. And it's each opponent. So yeah, so another thing that does not target. So that's going to be pretty much game over. So I'm going to go ahead and pack it up here. So let's go ahead and go into game 2. And all 3 of these Endurances are definitely coming in. Just Endurance versus a mill deck. You target yourself. It's super, super sweet. And everything else here is kind of whatever-ish because we don't know if they're playing cards like, say, what am I thinking? We don't know if they're playing cards like Mesmeric Orb or anything like that. So what I'm going to do here is plan for the cards that I am like 95% sure they're playing. So I'm going to get rid of cards like Subtlety and Omnath, Locus of the Royal, because like these aren't that helpful until something really wild happens. Like this doesn't do anything against most of what they're doing. And I am still going to keep Solitudes and Furies because they get rid of crabs. Chalice doesn't really do too much for us. You know what I am going to do, though? I am going to... No, I'm going to keep the Furies. Never mind. I was going to say I'm going to take out some number of Furies for Foundation Breakers so that I have more green cards to pitch to Endurance. But right now I've got, what, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18 green cards for Endurance. So I feel like that's still a very good number of green cards for this. So I'm going to just go ahead and play it like this. So we have a lot of removal. We still have some number of cards to deal with Mesmeric Orb, which we don't know if they're playing yet. But we have a full 4 copies of Endurance, which is going to be very helpful against this deck because fucking yikes. So we're going to go ahead here, reveal our friend Kahira. Oh my god, I'm going to keep 7 cards this time. Hell yeah, let's go. So I'm going to keep this. So the only thing that has the ability to suck here is if I turn 1 Flamekin Harbinger and use it to actually put a Endurance on top of my deck, then what can happen is they can actually just Archive Trap it away, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, what I think I'm going to do here is just unclaim territory and pass? No, I am gonna gamble. So I'm gonna gamble. So let's elemental here, because they actually like have to have the archive trap here anyway, and if I don't do this now, then the chance that they draw Flamekin Harbinger later, I'm sorry, that they draw the archive trap later is just higher the more draw steps I give them. So I'm going to do it now while we are at the lowest possible chance of them having it, i.e. no extra draw steps. So if this doesn't go, then whatever, I tried it. But they can't mill me using anything on turn 1. So if they don't have it now, then they can't ever have it to stop my endurance. Whew! Alright, let's go. Alright, sweet. So now we're looking much, much, much better. Oh, they also don't even have a crab? Sick. So here I get to blue and white to play our friend Unsettled Mariner. We have the endurance in hand so that we can pitch Omnath to it. And I am a lot happier now. Like, this is a still nowhere near a completely safe scenario, but it is much better looking than last game was by a long shot. Another thing I like about Commander is I feel like the crazy things you can do are much wider. Yeah, that's definitely true. Like, because Commander by nature allows you to play a, just like a much wider range of things as a whole, you get to explore deck building manyfold. Like, deck building in EDH looks absolutely crazy. So here I will put Kahira in my hand. So this game is slowed down enough to the point where I think I can actually reasonably cast Kahira, because I still have the Omnath, and I'm going to pitch Omnath to the, like, my plan here is still going to be to pitch Omnath to the Endurance here. Ooh, I have a new plan. So let's attack first. I have a deck that looks like a one-shot combo deck, but it's a really fast-paced tokens deck. Okay, cool. I think I just do nothing? No. I do want to at least make them have a counterspell for Risen Reef. If they have a counterspell for Risen Reef, honestly, so be it. But if they don't, then whatever, this thing resolving is super good for us. And them casting a counterspell here is actually a lot better for us than if they, I don't know, say cycle and mill for, because now they're on their turn 4 and they've done pretty much nothing other than counter our Risen Reef, which, okay. I mean, I clearly would have preferred to resolve that, but I don't have a Cavernous Soul, so that's kind of whatever. So let's go ahead and untap here. Okay, Magic, I see you. So let's play this. And since I have the Kahira to pitch to the Endurance, I'm going to go ahead and attack first, and then I want to actually resolve a copy of Omnath. I want to just do this and draw the card. I don't necessarily care whether I get the... what did I use so far? I tapped that for green, so that's blue, this is red. So this is just going to draw a card, and I'll be satisfied with that. Only downside is that this is, whatchamacallit mana? Counterspell resolves. Whoops. Sometimes you get a paid actor, right? So, shame concede. The shame concede. Okay, well, you know, I guess we take those. Okay, opponent. So, there's a few things you can do in other formats that I wish you could do in Commander. Oh, I'm sure. Like, for example, Legacy has things like, I don't know, like Stifle Knot and other legal creatures like, say, Grizzlebrand and Emrakul that you just don't have access to in EDH, which I'm sure has to, like, kind of nettle you sometimes. But I don't know, the trade-off is real. Like, you get to play with, like, really powerful shit like Soul Ring and stuff that you just absolutely will never, ever touch that in a format like EDH, because, like, they're not legal. But in a format like Modern, like, whatever, cool. So here, yeah, whatever. I have 2 endurances. I'm good. Okay. It's their turn. They better play a land. Okay. I'm like, opponent? How much of a paid actor are we gonna go? Learn does not work in Commander. Oh, do you mean like the learn mechanic as a whole, because there's no sideboard, so you can't like go and get things like Containment Breach? Is that what you mean? I will assume that is what you mean, but I don't actually know. Okay, so that is what you mean. Got it. Okay, so I figured as much, but like here I guess I just get Breeding Pool. So Breeding Pool will give me all of my colors. And if this is again an archive trap, then so be it. It's not. Sick. Go us. Blue-white mill seems a lot worse. No Drawn in the Lock and no Crypt Incursion, right? Like, it feels like we're almost taking away the that actually kind of sucks. We do have the Foundation Breaker, which is kind of cool, but that will stop us from... Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, each opponent. Okay. So this will stop them from being able to counterspell our cool shit, which includes Risen Reef. So if I can like resolve a Risen Reef, then we are looking ultra lovely. If they Field of Ruin us now, then they don't have the... Okay. And this is each. This is not... Oh, no land. All right, well, I guess we take those. Let's do the untap here. I don't have a red card yet, but what I will do... What are the odds you can swing for 47 damage 6 turns into a game in other formats? Well, if we're talking Legacy, the odds are pretty high. But I do get your point there, because like that is not a very common thing in a lot of other formats. Like in Modern, like you just don't really have time for really anything on turn 6. Like that's just not a thing. Like just turn 6 anything is not really where you want to be in Modern. Are you drawing a card? Hell yeah. So now our endurances can do endurance things too, because they miss land drops. So I will very happily take paid actor zone here. I also want to just like draw a red card for Fury so I can get rid of this stupid crab. That would be nice. So if they play another crab here, for example, I mean they shouldn't because they already played a land, but if they do, then I get to attack, maybe they block, and Fury might actually be able to clean up 2 creatures rather than 1. So fingers crossed on that one. Yeah, exactly. Legacy Elves does that on turn 3 or 4. Honestly, Legacy Elves can do that on turn 2 if you're not playing the Reclaimer version of it. Oh no! Okay, so they are going to pay the 1. I am going to search. They are... Yeah, sure. So downside, they are going to get to do the thing if they have an archive trap. Oh, but they don't. Nice. That means I'm just going to get to cast Fury just like as a 5-drop and kill this crab. So that's pretty sick. And they clearly don't have the thing. They don't have the archive trap. So this is nice. I'm going to Temple Garden here. Yeah. Temple Garden makes it so that I can guaranteed cast my endurances regardless of whether they have like multiple Field of Ruins or anything. So like if the game goes a little bit longer than I think it will here, and they get to Field of Ruin this and Field of Ruin like this, I can still cast Endurance like for 3 mana. But honestly, this game is pretty much over. Like we've got Unsettled Mariner on the table to make things a lot more annoying. We've got 3 endurances in hand and an Ephemerate. So like we can effectively shuffle our graveyard back into our deck 4 times. So this is going to be pretty good for us. But I will agree with you, Scrub and Scrubs, that honestly, like playing this combination of colors, blue and white in Mill, is just a lot worse than playing it as blue and black, because again, like you said, no Drawn in the Lock really sucks, and no Crypt Incursion against the creature deck seems terrible. Even though we have Endurance to help body Crypt Incursion, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't play for it, you know? But that's also something you have to build a deck to do. It's not a very common thing. Oh, for sure. Like, honestly, a lot of decks that you will fight against in a format like Legacy can just do ultra powerful stuff like that, and honestly way before turn 6. But whatever, we know that Legacy is like one of the most powerful formats available to Magic the Gathering as a whole, so like, okay. But it's definitely a very real thing for sure. It's a cool thing though. I like it a lot. So I'm gonna go ahead and just play one of these. So this is 2 reasons. So I'm gonna put that in my hand. I can't cast it, but I already honestly don't really want to. I actually just want to hold up the Ephemerate on Fury. So like if our opponent does play a crab and is trying to do crab things to either A, just be a mill card or block my Fury, I can Ephemerate on the Fury, get rid of the crab in theory, and trigger Risen Reef at the same time. So I'm hoping almost that they go like crab plus Tasha's Hideous Laughter or something, so that they use a lot of their mana and maybe my Ephemerate does its job. But again, with 3 copies of Endurance here, I am not exactly the saddest person. So that's going to happen. I am going to get my basic island out of here. Oh, Plains? Is my island gone? Oh, forest. I don't have an island. I have a forest. Whatever. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. So I could Endurance to put like these 5 cards here, which I actually think is worth. So I can Endurance to effectively save like 5 or 6 cards, and I actually think that is worth my time because that is kind of the entire point of these Endurances. And I will also Ephemerate the thing, so this way I have, oh right, ooh, I will be pretty happy about that, as a matter of fact, because that gets rid of the Rest in Peace too. Alright. So now Rest in Peace is on the table. They exile their graveyard, but I still have 42 cards and what, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. Archive, trap me, yeah, sure. Obnoxious, but I still have 29 cards, and I will be casting a Foundation Breaker here. My Ephemerate, I will use this, targeting Risen Reef, because I do want the trigger. And the 1 damage honestly doesn't really matter. Oh, that's nice. Did I side out my Omnath? I did. Okay, so I can't Fireball them. So I guess I'll just go ahead and attack for 9. Okay, so you go down to 3. Like, there's no Fireball option in this deck, right? Other than the one of... There's not. Okay. Oh, I'm bad. Oh my god, that was lethal. Whoops. Oh, I'm so stupid. So I could have just, like, played the land, played Kahira, because it gives +1. Yeah, I missed lethal. Whoops. Oh, Jesus. You'd think we would be a little better at recognizing Lord effects in this deck, you know? Like, considering what channel this is. But, nope, we bad. Omnath 3rd landfall triggers? Oh. Damn. You read it twice. Alright. So, we're bad. So, let me go ahead and, I guess, cast this. Get rid of Rest in Peace. Yeah, this is, meh. I don't believe they are playing Supreme Verdict, so I'll do this. So this works still. So if they try to do like a bunch of crazy shit, timely reinforcements, that's kind of cool. Okay, so I hope we don't have to regret my honestly terrible bit of not killing them here, because I do only have 23 cards left, so oof. So I can Fury, get rid of all of these. Oh, duh, I can just Fury and get rid of all of those. What the fuck am I thinking? Alright, let's just do that. Sick. Okay, cool. But let's see what you guys have to say here. When it swings, does it also make that many 1/1 tokens? In Elves, you don't need to, because you play Craterhoof Behemoth. So, like, the point of that deck is not to care about tokens or anything like that, because honestly, in Legacy, you just like don't have time for stuff like that. Instead, you just kill them on turn 2 or turn 3 with a bunch of your elves that have been powered up by a Craterhoof Behemoth. Yeah, because I know you said that you only play Commander, so you might not actually know what the Legacy Elves deck looks like. But let me pull it up, and then we can kind of go over a lot of the cards and how it works, because it's ultra powerful. And this is okay, good. This is the better version. There's two versions of Modern Elves. One of them is just playing a bunch of elves, and the other version is a more land-based version that plays 4 copies of Elvish Reclaimer, and you can do kind of toolboxy things, like you can look for cards like Wasteland, you can look for cards like Dark Depths, you can look for cards like Bajuka Bog, but this deck doesn't really care about doing any of that cutesy shit. This deck just kills people. So in here, you get to play 4 copies of Allosaur Shepherd, so none of your shit can be countered. You play a bunch of mana-producing elves. You play Green Sun Zenith so that you can, on turn 1, go and search for a Dryad Arbor, and now you've done your effective mana ramp so that you start your turn 2 with 3 mana and 2 creatures. You have Heritage Druid plus Nettle Sentinel, which with a bunch of elves just gives you a combo. So like every time you tap 3 elves, at least one of which is a Nettle Sentinel, you play your new elf, untapping Nettle Sentinel, using Nettle Sentinel and the new elf to generate mana. And all of that works pretty well with creatures that let you untap your other creatures like Quirion Ranger and Wirewood Symbiote. You generate mana in that fashion, also getting to play 4 of Gaia's Cradle, until eventually you just have like a mega shit ton of mana, or a mega shit ton of elves and 4 mana, until you get to Natural Order, and Natural Order will just go and get your Craterhoof Behemoth, and all of this is very easily possible on turn 2. So this deck will just kill people, and there's no such thing as like elf tokens in this deck, because honestly, elves doesn't take time for that. You are just so focused on getting people dead that there's no reason to care about creature tokens or anything. Like, this deck is just hyper efficient. It is not interested in turn 6 for any reason. So I guess that's kind of the difference, which is why I pointed out elves, because it can totally swing for 40 something on turns 2 or 3, but it just like does not give a fuck about anything on turn 6. The downside is that, of course, when you play a deck like this, you don't get to, for example, do things in a 4 or 5 person game. Like, you know, these 1v1 decks are also not considering the universe of a 6-person game of Magic, because that is just not the environment these decks live in. So maybe your token deck can play around a bunch of like Wrath of God effects and stuff like that, and maybe your deck can, like, you know, be resilient enough to the point where if you're playing a 4-person game and 2 of them are playing like white / something else control decks, maybe your token deck can outlast something like this, because this does not beat Wrath of Gods, but maybe your deck does. So that's gonna be, I guess, kind of the trade-offs that you get when you play all of these. That sounds like a super amped up version of my friend's Golos deck. He can tap lands for 36 each, but that is super late. Wow, yeah. Because I do know that you can do things like Gauntlet of Might, Gauntlet of Power. You can play things like Extra Planar Lens, stuff like that, so that your lands basically tap for 1,000,000 each. And those are super cool effects, but yeah, it is true that all of those types of things in Legacy are cute instead of being good, but whatever. You're not playing in Legacy, so you can do stuff like that. You can play like ridiculous stuff like Golos. You can play, to be fair, Golos is a card that sees play in Legacy and Vintage, but like you can play stuff like Cabal Coffers if you want to. You can play stuff like Gauntlet of Might, Gauntlet of Power, Extra Planar Lens. All of those cards actually have the room to see play in EDH, because EDH players, a lot of the time, depending on your environment, y'all actually plan on seeing turns 6 and 7, where this format, that's fuck no. That's just not a thing. I mean, unless you're playing like a very dedicated control deck, like say Standstill, for example. Like, this deck is trying to be a control deck. This deck wants to see turns 6 and 7. But that is not the case with most of these decks. Of course, as I say, like 3 of the top 5 decks are control decks, so that's actually hilarious, because this deck wants to see turn 6, and so does this, and so does this. So that's actually really funny that I say that, and then looking at the meta, I am immediately disproved. But for the most part, a lot of the decks that you'll hear about are the really, really fast decks. In these, he uses ramp that fetches for any land. Yeah, that makes sense, because you can play things like Into the North, like Rampant Growth. Shit, you guys get to play cards like Soul Ring and Signet and stuff. So, like, it's just a super different environment for sure. Like, y'all get to play with some wild Magic the Gathering cards. Like, in no universe can you ever get away with playing like Soul Ring in Legacy and Modern, and you guys just get to play with some really cool shit like that. Of course, it comes with upsides and downsides. Like, yeah, like there's no Hogak, there's no Show and Tell. Is Show and Tell legal in EDH? Is that card even like a thing? I legitimately have no idea what's banned in Commander. Is this the most recent list? No, February. Commander ban list update. Is this it? Yeah, ban list Commander. You guys can play Show and Tell. Cool. And what just got banned? Oh, Hull Breacher just got banned. Okay. I'm like, I know I heard about some big ban in EDH. Yeah, it was Hull Breacher. What else can you guys not play? Okay, so you can't play Power. That makes sense. No Biorhythm. Oh, sure. So you like wipe the board, you play a creature, and 8 mana is actually reasonable in EDH. So, okay, got it. No Balance. That makes sense. Braids? Really? Oh, okay, I guess. Okay. Channel, sure. Chaos Orb, makes sense. Coalition Victory. You win the game if you control a land of each basic type and a creature of each color. I can see how that's a problem in EDH, okay. No Emrakul, I did know that. Arayo? No Arayo? Oh, wait. It's a legend, isn't it? Okay. So you can make that your commander. So that's probably too easy in EDH to get going. Okay, sure. Falling Star. 360 degrees. When it falls, 3 damage to each creature it touches. What? Why is this card not legal? Is it because you shouldn't play dexterity cards? I don't know why this card would be illegal to play. It's gotta be because you can't play dexterity cards. Does anybody know why Falling Star is banned in EDH? Like, I have absolutely no idea. Fast Bond, that makes sense. The card Flash. Oh, sure. Because, like, Flash plus Hulk seems really silly in EDH. Because Flash plus Hulk exists. Also, like, Revel Arc and stuff like that, I guess. You can, like, have all of these crazy combos. In EDH, those guys can play things like Demonic Tutor and Vampiric Tutor. So, getting the creature or the Flash for your 2-card combo seems really, really easy in that format. No Gifts Ungiven. I can see how this card's fucked up. Okay. No Grizzlebrand. I did know that. No Iona. That makes sense. Okay, she can be your commander, and if your opponent is playing a 1-color deck, then she just shuts your opponent off. Normally this effect isn't overpowered, but by banning it, players don't have to worry about punishment for grouping creatures together, a common way to save space with tokens. Oh, sure. Because, like, I don't know, you guys play such wild shit that all of your stuff takes up a bunch of physical space. Is that why? I guess that makes a lot of sense if you're playing with decks that are trying to play, like, a mega fuck ton of creatures, like, I don't know, any, like, coat of arm decks or any token things. I assume that your play areas can probably get really messy, where in formats like Modern, that's not really a thing that can happen too often, because realistically, like a game like we just saw where I had 4 creatures on the table at the same time, that's usually the most that you'll see in a lot of games. Like, most board states only contain 1 or 2 creatures, so like grouping them together isn't really a thing that comes up too often. Like every now and then you'll see like a board state like what we just had, or more commonly, like when I'm actually playing Spirits, you'll see like 3 or 4 creatures on the table at the same time fairly often when I'm playing that deck. And those are going to be like the only real examples of things where Falling Star would be relevant. Now some cards are banned, but they're banned in every format. Oh, yeah. Like, I know that you can't play any anti-cards. I know that. Oh, it says it right here. Yeah, I know you can't play any anti-cards because you can't play anti-cards anywhere. All cards that Wizards has removed from constructed formats? Oh, shit. Seriously? So, like... Oh, these cards. Okay. I forgot that that was a thing. Like, I thought they meant, like, cards that Wizards has ever removed from any constructed format, like Teferi Time Revelers banned in Standard and Pioneer, for example. I thought it meant stuff like that, not like the racist Magic cards that already should have been banned. Okay, so you can't play those. That makes sense. And then anything with Conspiracy. Okay, got it. What else can you guys not play? No Leovold. That makes sense. Can you play Narset? Yes, you can play Narset, but Narset can't be your commander, so I guess that makes sense. Okay. No Caracas for obvious reasons. No power. Library is not technically a power, but it's fucking power. Limited resources. Enters the battlefield. Each player chooses 5 lands they control and sack the rest. As long as there are 10 or more lands in play, players cannot play. Oh, yeah, that seems not very fun to play with or against an EDH. Okay, so you can play, like, Thalia, and then you play this, and your opponent, like, can't play lands, so Thalia is good forever. That seems not fun. Lutri, I did know about. Blah, blah, blah power. What is Panoptic Mirror? You can remove an instant or sorcery with CMC X in your hand from the game. At the beginning of your upkeep, you can copy an imprinted instant or sorcery and play the copy without paying. Oh. So you just imprint literally anything with the words take an extra turn on this thing. Okay, got it. So, no, you can't have that. Landlock is frowned upon in Commander. I have heard that before, where people don't necessarily like playing against cards like, say, Plow Under, because people are, like, there to have a casual good time. The only thing you took out for removing black was Grief? Kind of. So, a lot of the black decks will play Grief or Lightning Skelemental or Horde of Notions, and we're not playing any of those things. But those are typically the only cards that are seeing play in the black builds. What else can we not play here? No Prime Time. I did know that was banned. Prophet of Krufix. I know it untaps. Here it is. Untap all creatures and lands you control during everybody else's untap step. And you can cast creatures as if they have flash. Oh, that's kind of silly. Recurring Nightmare. I'm sure that's... Excuse me. I'm sure that is really busted with a commander that can make mana, so sure. Raphaelos. Oh, Raphaelos? Yeah, that card seems busted. Dovin Bond, if they get a -6? What the fuck does Dovin Bond do? I'll just look it up on here. What the hell are you talking about here? So while I'm waiting on Scryfall to do its thing... Seriously? Okay. Oh, it's a 7, but okay. Emblem is your opponent can't untap more than 2 permanents during their untap steps. I feel like this is fine. Like, it starts off at only 3 loyalty. This is powerful, but, like, it takes a lot of work to get this off, so I'm okay with this. Like, Planeswalker Ultimates should be really powerful, so I'm okay with this. Charizard, that makes sense. Also, if anybody here is into old video games, like retro video games, let me pull up one of my favorite Nintendo games of all time. And Azade, can I spell? Oh my god, I got it right. Oh my god, this game is so good. So it's called The Magic of Scheherazade. So it's on a regular Nintendo. And honestly, like, if you're into retro games and for some reason have never played this game, I would say change that. Like, the music is really good. The game itself is super nice. It's one of the first games ever that gave you fighting on multiple modes. So, like, you have kind of overworld fighting that looks like older Legend of Zelda games, and you have turn-based RPG style fighting like this. So it's like both Legend of Zelda in this archetype, and you get to play like Final Fantasy with this type of fighting. And it's a short game. There's only 5 worlds to play in total, but I think it's a really good game overall. So just speaking of Scheherazade or Charizard, that just reminded me of like the video game with the same name. Definitely play that shit. I might actually try to play that on stream at some point, just because it's one of my old favorite games. I haven't touched it in like 10, maybe even 15 years now. I know I have it because I have all the Nintendo games like on an emulator here, so like I can pull it up, but I know that I have not played it in absolutely forever. Do I have regular Nintendo on here? Oh, I don't have regular Nintendo on this computer. Oh, whatever, that's an easy change. I can change that. But yeah, that's super sweet. Yeah, if you let him get -7, you deserve to lose the games. Yeah, like, honestly, I would agree with Scrub and Scrubs, but also, like, we're also probably speaking from, like, a more competitive sphere as well. Because, like, if I were to play EDH, which is realistically just not going to happen, but if I were to play EDH, I would choose competitive EDH just because I like competitive Magic. Like, I don't want to play, I guess, the ultra casual level where people expect to get to turn 10 and stuff. So I'll assume that the people who are not fans of being locked out of their mana are also not the people who I would generally play with in my own playing circle, because I would gravitate towards the more competitive circle. But that's also a lot of why I just like don't play EDH, because, you know, people have a lot of different areas, or I guess different concepts of what should be acceptable play. And I'm very okay with that, just as long as when you sit down in a play circle, you know what expectations you have when you're in that play circle. So like, if, for example, you're going to your local gaming store and you know that your deck is built to be ultra competitive, like say you're playing, I don't know, Golos, the mono, or not Golos, what the fuck is the name of the mono red bandit that goes and gets enchantment or gets equipments, and you can like grafted exoskeleton, give this thing double strike and just like kill somebody? What's that thing's name? It's mono red, it costs 6, it's a 3/3, and it's basically Stoneforge Mystic plus. So like, if you go into, you know, your local gaming store with that person as your commander, you should probably expect to piss people off if they are trying to build their decks at like a 5 out of 10 power level, because you're playing a commander that's like a solid 8.5 or a 9. And the reason that people don't like playing with different groups of EDH players is because not enough people, in my opinion, have the discussions about relative power levels, and that makes it so that people aren't playing the same format. So as long as you have those discussions, I certainly don't mind people's ability to build either 5s or 9s, as long as you're all matching. So like, if you're all playing with like 6s, great, have fun. I mean, my decks are about 7-ish, hit or miss sometimes. Okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's cool. So realistically, I know that if, for example, you were at my local FNM, I would probably try to, if I were to, like, I don't know, build a deck and bring it to an FNM or whatever, to play in between rounds of Modern or Legacy or whatever the hell I'm there to actually play, realistically, if I knew your deck was like a 7, I would probably simply not sit down at your table. And it's not because I have anything against you, it's just, if I were to play EDH, I know that I would try to build a 9 or a 10. And I don't want to have the negative play experience of playing with a 9 or a 10 against an opponent that I know is trying to play with a 7. That's not fun for anybody. So the fact that more people are not willing to acknowledge that, hey, if somebody's trying to play with a 6 or a 7 for fun, then you shouldn't bring your 9 or your 10 to that table, because that is not a fun environment to play in. And I don't think there's anything wrong with the person who wants to play a 7 or with the person who wants to play a 10. You just need to know the environment you're playing in. So what else can you guys not play? Sway of the Stars. I've never seen this card in my life. Each player shuffles their graveyard, hand, and permanents, and then draw 7 cards. Each player's life total becomes 7? That sounds awful for EDH. Okay, I can see how that card definitely causes problems, because it's not like you get to put lands on a table. You just shuffle everything back in. That sounds terrible. Sundering Titan, sure. Sylvan Primordial, I did know that. Time Vault, Time Walk, blah blah, power. Tinker's basically power. So is Tolarian Academy. Trade Secrets. Target opponent draws 2 cards, you draw 4. Oh, right, because that stupid Sphinx is legal. Consecrated Sphinx, okay. Upheaval, sure. Worldfire? Exile all permanent. Oh, it was in that stupid Thragfire standard thing. You would play Thragtusk, Worldfire, and you would Worldfire everything away, but your Thragtusk would leave you a 3/3 and your opponent would have nothing. Yeah, so I've seen this before. Yawgmoth's Bargain? That makes sense. Bargain's fucked up. Okay, so there's actually a lot of cards that you guys can't play in EDH land. So we can't play Time Walk? Of course not. You can play Time... Yeah, Time Walk is power. That's why I didn't go over, like, each of the Moxen or anything. Time Walk is definitely part of the Power 9. But yeah, you can play, like, Save of the Moment, Time Warp, or Time Warp, Time Stretch, all of those other things. But you definitely can't just play 2-mana Time Walk. Which actually makes a lot of sense, though, because honestly, like, nobody but Vintage really can play Time Walk, and I don't think anybody but Vintage should be able to play Time Walk. Omnidor Thragfire, yeah, it was that crazy-ass deck that had, like, 95 win conditions and 1,000,000 mana. I'm pretty sure that's another, Ali Eldrazi creation. So, yeah, like, it was definitely never a deck that I ever wanted to play. Now I think Garth One Eye should be banned. Why? Like, I understand that it goes and gets cards, but, like, so? Join match. He makes Black Lotus. Honestly, I'm still going to be in the so what camp. The reason I say that is because, like, Gilded Lotus already exists for the same 5 mana. This sounds good. So, like, Dub. I wonder if that's an... Is the name Dub, is that, like, a reference to just, like, dubstep, like, dub, or is that a reference to, like, the old DDR song Doobie Doob? I wonder. Okay, so it looks like we're playing against Darcy and friends. We are. I don't mind this at all. So here I'm going to get... I think I'm going to get a Steam Vents, because it hardcasts this and this. Yeah, because I want to spend my next couple of turns playing out copies of Unsettled Mariner anyway. But I'm going to see what I draw before deciding whether to Fury, of course. So let's see what happens here. A Flooded Strand. That's actually a not bad draw. So what I'm going to do here is... Flooded Strand is going to get me... white-green? And that'll let me cast basically everything with the Cavern of Souls. I do take damage off of doing that, but I can also cast everything with the Cavern of Souls starting next turn. So I will Fury pitching Omnath to kill this. And that'll give me room to Fury if I draw another red card next turn too. The other side of that coin is that I can Fury pitching Fury, play this next turn, and with any land draw, I can draw into an Omnath and just cast Omnath. And is that better? I think it actually is better. So I'm going to do this. Kill off Darcy. And pew. So that's dead. But I'm still pretty satisfied at getting to tax them on killing the Unsettled Mariner and casting this one next turn. So, no, we got punished. Oh, no. Okay. So I'm not going to walk myself into a, whatever the other thing's called, Unsettled Mariner. But while we're talking about this, let's go back to your point here. So your point was that you wanted to ban it because it makes Black Lotus, and I am going to argue that I don't care that it makes Black Lotus, because you can already make Gilded Lotus with the same 5 mana. So if you're talking about it only for ramping purposes, then Garth One-Eye is already much worse than just getting a Gilded Lotus. And if you're talking about the nostalgia factor from making Black Lotuses, I think I'm okay with that too, because like just having cards that allude to Black Lotus's existence, I think are just okay. So here they have 3 card types. Oh man, we are getting fucking punished right now. So, damn, we got fucking bopped. So I can still draw a lot of cards next turn. So we can draw into Solitude to get rid of these. We can draw a Fury, assuming that one of these 3 cards is not named, oh, whatever the hell that card title is. Oh, and they drew a Bauble too, so they, yeah, okay. Good lord. Man, a Fury would have been super good, but we got punished. To be fair, if I Fury just a Darcy and... Oh, did they target me? They fucking did. Ha! Get bopped. So now they're not going to get to draw a card. So that's hilarious. But yeah, so like I was saying, if you're just arguing that you shouldn't be able to make cards that even like reference the Black Lotus, then like honestly, meh. Because like I definitely feel like you should be able to make cards that reference things that are on the banned list or on the restricted list, because like it's nice to be able to pay homage to these things, and you don't necessarily need to like... We also have Jeweled Lotus, but it can only cast your commander. What are we shooting? We're shooting this. They did have the mutagenic growth after all. Okay. But I would still rather they had it now than on their own turn. So, like, they basically told us they had one earlier with the whole Fury turn. But at least here, I'm able to, in theory, block creatures. I'm able to go to 3. If I can untap with this Risen Reef in play, then maybe I can dig my way out of this somehow. I do need a Solitude, a Fury, something productive to do here. If they attack with only Darcy, nope. They're attacking with a lot. Alright. So if they have the Lightning Bolt in my face, then I can't really do anything about that. So I'm just going to... I don't know, cross my fingers, basically. They have mutagenic growth on Darcy. Okay. I can't do much about that, so it's what it is. Yeah, like, there's a lot of cards that already allude to Black Lotus. So, like, there's already, is this, like, another growth? Okay, so they just had 3 mutagenic growths. Okay, you got me. So, against Prowess, I'm going to put in Chalice of the Voids. I'm going to take out Ephemerates. I'm going to put in Fury. And I'm going to put in Endurances. Cards I do not want. I do not want Subtlety. I don't care about Foundation Breaker. Oh, and that's 60 cards. Look at us go. Well, that was easy. So Endurance just has Reach, which is super nice. We have Chalice, we have Fury pitching Fury, we have a couple of voices. I'm not sad about this. And of course they can just like, they can cast like an Abrade on something like our copies of, on our friend Chalice here. But I think I'm pretty okay with that. So we are going to take this damage here, which is kind of whatever. And let's see if we can't dig our way out of this now. So I'm going to... Do I have a Stomping Ground in this deck? I don't. So I guess I want to grab green, white, or white, red. I'm going to grab white, red. Yeah. Ooh, that's a great draw. So now with almost any of my lands, I'm able to save my own ass here. So let's name Elemental. And I'm going to Chalice first because if I Fury, I don't want them to be able to Mutagenic Growth to save it, their Swift Spear. And I said if, like I'm not definitely going to do this. So let's exile Fury. Sick life. Let's go. Game 3. Alright. So that was cool. And I guess we're just going to resubmit because our plan was good. Yeah, hand's good. Alright. I'm in there. Keep. So this is going to be a hand that obviously wishes that I had a copy of Ephemerate Up and Live and all that other happy horse shit, and I don't. So it's what it is. But I am... Okay, so they have a Darcy. Unsettled Mariner. That's actually a nice pitch to Solitude. So I'm going to unclaim territory here, name Elemental, and I'm going to play my Flamekin Harbinger. I'm going to use it to look for a Risen Reef, I believe? Yes, because I want to, because I know I'm going to pitch at least one card to my to my Solitude here. So I want to recoup my card advantage and make them work really hard at this. So if you can flicker Garth one eye and make sure he has haste and you can go nuts with him. So, like, Garth costs 5. That's okay. Like, if you're playing a 5-drop, you should be able to do busted stuff with a 5-drop. Here I want... Yeah, I'm going to take the Risen Reef. So if they can't do busted stuff / get rid of my Flamekin Harbinger, then I'll be pretty happy to obviously block this Dragon Rage Channeler. And if they put multiple cards into either giving this thing flying or, yeah, like this, whatever... just Lava Dart on its own is not enough of a reason for me to want to kill this with a Solitude. I can give myself, I guess, another extra draw step to try to draw my way into, really anything, I guess. I have a lot of options. Yeah, I don't think this is enough for me to care about this, really, so... So I'm just going to play Unsettled Mariner here. Yeah, seems good. So I want to grab another green source, but also a card that can cast this, so I guess I'll just take Temple Garden. And I don't mind pitching the Omnath to Solitude if shit gets too real, but I think this is a pretty good way to make sure that, like, my Endurance can still just be cast as a 3/4. My Risen Reef looks really good. So I'm pretty happy here. Now I really want Eldrazi to make a return. What, do you mean to the just overall universe of Magic? Or what do you mean here? And this isn't even that bad either. Oh, this is going to be nice. So now I got to pay for Unsettled Mariner if they want to do things with the Lava Dart. So this is actually going to be really nice because this is exactly what I was talking about with the Darcy. I'm going to give them, again, multiple turns to try to set up the Darcy. And doing it like this, oh, that's even better. Like, I can just get rid of Stormwing Entity. I am pretty happy to be able to get rid of Stormwing. Like, I do take the 2 damage here for the Swift Spear, but, like, I don't have to deal with this fucking Stormwing Entity. So I am pretty happy about that, not gonna lie. I will not block. And I don't need to do this on my turn either. So what I'm going to do here is give myself the extra draw step plus the Risen Reef trigger to see what I actually draw. Okay. And this will still give me time to see if I don't know, for example, draw a Fury that I would rather use. Do I just play Plains here? I think I do just get Plains, because I can still cast all my cool shit, but I don't need to take the damage, so I'm just going to do Plains. Blip, blip, blip. So if I get a land, I'm happy. If I get a spell, I'm happy. As I said. Yeah, alright. And they only have 1 card in hand, so I can Solitude pitching Omnath to get rid of this stupid Stormwing Entity. I did not get to draw the white card that I wanted, but I'm okay with that still. Lightning Bolt is targeting my face. Okay, so they're going to try to attack all, but they have to pay for this. So they don't really get to have an ultra productive turn here, but I'm still going to get to block this in theory. Okay, cool. So they can attack with Swift Spear and Stormwing. So I'm just going to Solitude. No. It has Flash. I want to just... Why will you not let me do this? Can I only evoke on my turn? Am I just stupid? Oh, this isn't a white card. Oh my god, it's the wrong Omnath. It's the wrong Omnath. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Okay. Oh, we drew the one of other Omnath. Oh my god. Shit. Alright, well, that changes things. I guess I just double blocks Monastery then? Oh, fuck. I thought I had the other Omnath the entire time. Oh my god. Yeah, whoops. Oh, this is twice that I've drawn this one and not the other one now. Oh man, that is so bad. Okay, well, I guess I'm just double blocking this, letting them kill their choice of these. If it's... Yeah, fuck, that sucks. Alright, well, oh my god. Yo, I played this entire game like this was the other Omnath. Yo, we are so bad right now. Okay, so they choose the... Okay, sure. So this means with a land, I'm still okay to cast my Solitude. Okay. Oh my god. So I guess I just have to do this, get my Forest, and Omnath here. Oh my god, that is so bad. I definitely thought this was the other one. Take here to pitch it. Yeah, you're right. No, you're just right. Oh my god. Yo, I deadass thought this was the other one the entire game. Oh my god. So I guess I'll just do this to trigger my Risen Reef and see what I can do now. But holy fucking shit. Alright, well, this is what we're doing. Oh man. Yo, I'm so mad. Alright. Oh. Oh, now... Fuck you, deck. Okay. Okay, well, at least we get rid of this, and I can endurance during their turn as well. So, like, all is not lost, but I am so mad right now. So, this is going to be cool, because this self-taunted, this has self-taunt, so they will basically walk into a block, and if they, like, lava dart this or something, then I'm still okay with that. Hey, what's up, Poncho? Do you know any content creators that focus on elementals, like a master of elementals? Honestly, I do not. So, if there is a pilot of just, like, elemental tribal who happens to be watching this and wants to, you know, direct us to where we can find your content, yeah, do that, because I don't know who you are. I'm going to pitch this Omnath. I'm a little salty that it's not other Omnath, obviously, but whatever. Are they morphosing? We're casting a braid on my Risen Reef. Okay, that's still fine. So they're going to get to Surveil, and I will take the 1. So here I'm going to put Hallowed Fountain into play tapped. Yeah. Oh, I am still super mad about that, though. Alright. Target you. Alright. Yo. I am so mad right now. Oh, Windswept Teeth. I still have my basic forest, but that takes me to 3, so can't do that. I guess I just try to give myself the ability to flash in endurance, block Darcy, and then I guess just kind of go from there. Like, playing Risen Reef is a little bit of a liability, because I'm at 4, so if they, like, have Lava Dart, the Risen Reef, and, like, cast another spell, I can just die. So I would rather just cast my Endurance. I should still play my land, though, because I can draw other Omnath. So that'll give me lifelink, or gain 4 life. But doing it like this will at least give me the out to play Endurance just as a 3/4 and profitably block this Dragon Rage Channeler. So all is not lost. It's not good, but all is not lost. So let's green, green, white, do this. And I'm still going to target them. Elemental content creators aren't too hard to find if you can use the search function. I mean, I guess that's fair, but, like, also, like, I don't know. I'm okay with, like, people asking me because, like, you know, if somebody would know, you would probably assume that it would be one of us. Mutagenic growth, so it's going to be a 3/3. Okay. Oh, no. Do not. Okay. 2 types. That's it. Still going to block. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Now let's draw an Omnath and gain 4 life. Whew. Alright. Crossing fingers. Let's go. Omnath? Omnath? Voice of Resurgence. Not quite. So, I guess I'm going to play it like this. That's not green. No. No. I'm definitely playing this. What the fuck am I talking about? So this will make it a lot harder for them to just, like, bolt me out of the game now that they're only on 1 land here. And I am definitely not fetching with this under really any circumstances. I want them to have to pay a lot of mana to really interact with me. And if I draw a Solitude or an Omnath so that I can have lifelink, so much the better. Oh, or they just packed it up. Nice. Which version of Spirits do you think is better right now in Modern? I think the answer to that is Bant. So, Aether Vial is at an all-time high as far as liabilities go right now because Prismatic Ending is so fucking good. Like, It is also true that you can Prismatic Ending / Lightning Bolt or whatever, a Birds of Paradise or a Noble Hierarch, but I think Aether Vial, like the blue-white deck, almost needs Aether Vial to kind of like get the kickoff here. So like a deck like this definitely has its place, but I think the environment in which people are playing a million Prismatic Endings in a lot of decks, and the decks that are not playing Prismatic Endings are all playing hyper efficient removal like Bolts and Unholy Heats and stuff. I think this deck is in a pretty bad place right now, which sucks because I clearly love this fucking deck. But the Bant Spirits deck, I think, is going to be a lot better in the world of Modern right now for a few reasons. Like, you get to just play a bunch of Mana Dorks, and playing a bunch of Mana Dorks is really good when your opponent doesn't kill them, because you can play like turn 2 Teferis against the decks that are playing Living End and Rhinos. You can play turn 2 Spell Quellers against a lot of the combo decks, and you can play turn 2 Skyclave Apparition, and it helps a lot against decks like the one that we just played against. You still get to play some number of Chalice of the Voids in your sideboard, so that part of your plan isn't really different from the blue-white version of the deck, but you also get to just play like Coco, which in a really removal heavy environment, having the 2-for-1 of Collected Company is just super sick, because, you know, your opponents are like 1-for-1ing you with removal, so they're playing like Fatal Pushes, Lightning Bolts, Unholy Heat, stuff like that to kind of keep you off the ground. And once you've exhausted your opponent of removal, a Collected Company has the ability to kind of catch you right back up. So I think that Collected Company is really, really great in a removal heavy format like Modern is right now. And unfortunately, the blue-white version of this deck, while we still have Rattle Chains and Drogskull Captain, is a little too reliant on Aether Vial for me to say that I think it's great against a list that is both heavy with removal and has an efficient way to deal with Aether Vial. So I think it's kind of okay. Like, this deck is okay at best, but I think Bant is actually pretty decent. I'll give other formats this. With the deck being smaller, you have much wider hands you can keep. Yeah, like the range of hands that you can keep with elementals is super huge. Like, you saw my hand was... God, this is going to happen more than once, because this has already happened twice where I just had this, and I thought it was this, and I played the entire game as if this was this. So it was pretty hilarious. But so far, yeah, the list is gas. Have I tried Portable Hole and or Guardian of Faith? What are my thoughts on them? I have not tried Guardian of Faith in any build, because I honestly think Guardian of Faith is like very medium. Like, sweepers are kind of at an all-time low in Modern right now, and the decks that are playing sweepers are the decks that we care the least about. In Pioneer, just last week we played here it is. I played this Lurrus build of Spirits, which had 4 portable holes in here we go. So we played 4 copies of Portable Hole in this Pioneer deck that played Lurrus and a bunch of Spirits. You played Curious Obsession and Staggering Insight, and this deck played 4x Portable Hole, and Portable Hole was fucking fantastic here. Because we played against Mono Red, and we got to steal a game, well, actually a whole match, off of Mono Red because we had the hyper-efficient removal in Portable Hole. Previously, we were having to play cards like Isolate and stuff, but Isolate doesn't really solve every problem. Like, if you're playing against, say, Mono-White Auras, for example, or Mono-White Humans, or, fuck it, even Burn. There's a lot of 2-drops that are really good, but you still want to put in Isolate against those decks, because Isolate's still really good against all of those decks, right? Like, you still get rid of your opponents like Hateful Eidolons, Champion of the Parish, if that's even legal in Pioneer. I don't remember. Whatever their 1-drop is. You get to get rid of like Swift Spears and Soulscar Mages and shit. So Isolate is still a card that you want against all of those decks, but Portable Hole solves more problems for the same decks. So you still get to solve your opponent's Sarams and their I don't know whether Core Spirit Dancer is legal, but like, you solve Saram, I think. Oh yeah, you get to solve Spirit Dancer, you get to solve Saram, you get to solve what the fuck, card. Oh, Eidolon at a Great Revel is a 2-drop in burn, and you get to solve all of like the Thalia's lieutenants and stuff out of the humans decks. So Portable Hole is just like an almost strict upgrade in Pioneer to the isolates that we were playing previously, and the card performed. Like, we got a 4-1. We lost one match to Burn, but honestly, Burn is such a bad matchup that like I wasn't even like sad about losing to Burn. I was a little angry about having to fight it twice in a row, but Portable Hole helped us to win the second match against Burn. But honestly, I think this deck was gas. Like, this deck list was actually really sick. Like, we got to have Staggering Insight, and that mattered a couple of times just because we wanted more of the Curious Obsession effects. And we did play against a couple of matches where the lifelink could have mattered. But Portable Hole was pretty decent. Congrats on 5-0. Oh yeah, thanks. I have a few decks where keep less than 3 lands. Oh yeah, because y'all are playing like such a different environment that like keeping 2-landers in EDH is basically asking to not participate in a lot of games, where formats like Modern, I'm like, 2 lands? Fuck yeah, this is great. Yeah, we definitely live in like different environments for sure. We're playing against a Manatees. Okay. I have no idea what they're playing this week. Ooh, our hand is not bad. So I am going to keep this. I have no idea what my opponent's doing yet, but when we find out what land they're playing, that'll tell us what we want to do with Flamekin Harbinger, or if I just want to keep it as Fury Bait. Palaka Caverns. Okay, that means we are definitely getting Endurance. My fucking god, this is baller. So I'm going to do this. Oh, there's no Stomping Ground. God damn it. Well, that's fine, because I'm still happy to get the Sacred Foundry, use the Sacred Foundry to cast the Flamekin Harbinger, and this is going to get Endurance. Is that Endurance? That is Endurance, okay. So I am at least a little protected here against their, because this is Oops All Spells. So this is going to do the whole mana thing, and I don't have a Foundation Breaker, which kind of sucks, but whatever. I have a way to participate, so I'll shut the fuck up and be happy. So this is going to get me a copy of Breeding Pool, and I can cast this. So I can pitch the Risen Reef to the Endurance, and that'll at least give me some degree of protection if they're going to combo out right now. If they don't combo out right now, say they just play like... Okay, they're comboing. Never mind. Never mind that whole if they... Oh, they're just casting a Vengevine. Oh, that's fine. This means if I draw another green card, I can like fight the good... Oh, you know what I need to worry about? I need to worry about just them... Okay, so we got the right Omnath this time. So what I think I need to do... Oh, no. Okay, so I got the green card. So what I'm going to do here is Risen Reef now, because I can pitch Omnath to Endurance. And I'm going to hope that Risen Reef / Fury... Oh, shit, I can't cast. Oh, God, the mana's so bad sometimes. Damn it. Oh, no. I guess I'll just put this in my hand. Man. Alright, whatever. I'm still going to get rid of this Vengevine. So, I clearly won't be happy about this. But I at least have a way to continue playing Magic. So I'm going to just attack for 2 on the off chance that they just, like, cast another Vengevine at me. And I'll be happy to pitch the Kahira to the Risen Reef, but I would much rather... I'm sorry, pitch the Kahira to the Endurance, but I would much rather have been able to... Oh, they're just casting Creeping Chills at me. Okay. So this is annoying, but I am at least glad that another land drop gives me Omnath. Okay, okay. So I can at least play the Omni... Still bad. But manageable, I think. Yeah, I still just need to cast Omnath. White... Or... Go back. Red, blue, green, white. Oh, okay. I can just pitch that one instead. Still just attacking for 2. So the scary thing here is if they do the whole creature combo thing, then okay. Oh my god, am I getting out of this? Sword of Meek? Oh my god, we're getting out of this. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Give me a land, give me a land, give me a land, give me a land. That's not a land, but this might give me a land. So I'm still just gonna cast this and basically cross my fucking fingers here. So blue, green, white. Maybe we get a land off of this trigger? Nope. Alright, well. Just attacking for 6, I guess. Endurance makes so many unwinnable matchups a slam dunk now. Right? Like, honestly, I am still in a little danger here. Because, like, the Creeping Chills will get to go on the stack. So if they have... Okay, good. So, okay, I was gonna say, so if they have a way to perform actions twice, then fucking amazing. But you saw that? Did y'all see that? Like, I was dead. But thank God for Endurance, I guess. Holy Jesus, that was scary. But I want Endurance, I want Subtleties, I want Foundation Breakers and Force of Vigors. Cards I do not want include... Fury is actually not good. Despite the fact that it killed the Vengevine there, that doesn't mean the card's actually good in the matchup. It's not. Cards I also don't want. Something that bugs me is Dragons. I feel like it gets too much support. I don't know how true that statement is in EDH. Again, it's an environment that I'm unaware of / unfamiliar with. But in constructed or tournament level Magic, I guess, Dragons is straight up bad. Like, Dragons are just not good. But people really, really love Dragons. Like, in the casual versus, they absolutely love Dragons. And in the environments where people are playing, that seems right. Yeah. And I'll explain my changes before I submit. So, like, people in the casual circles absolutely fucking love Dragons. So the more Dragons they print, it's basically free money for Wizards because a lot of people really just like playing big dumb creatures. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. In the world of constructed, Dragons absolutely fucking suck, with a couple of exceptions. Like, you know, cards have seen play before. Like, Glorybringer is an individual dragon card that has seen play before. There was an Esper Dragons deck back in Khans of Tarkir Standard that performed like a standard control deck, but honestly, it was okay at best most of the time. They printed Goldspan Dragon recently, which is good, but that's because treasures are good, not because that card is good individually. And the fact that in EDH they get something in almost every set, and I don't think they needed a 7-drop that tutors for 5. Sure, but like, shouldn't 7-drops be really busted though? Like, because it just costs 7. So like, I feel like if it costs 7, it just should be busted. And this set specifically, like, if it's gonna be a Dungeons and Dragons set, it should have dragons, like it's in the name. Oh, hell yeah, let's fucking go. This hand is gas. This hand is fucking gas. I am all the way here for this. Sprite Dragon is the best dragon in Modern. Oh yeah! I forgot. I keep forgetting that Sprite Dragon is a dragon, even though I have 4 of them in my red-blue dragons deck. Like, there's 4 Sprite Dragons right here, and I always forget that it's actually a dragon. So here, I'm gonna go ahead and pitch the Solitude. So This is super gas. So I've got the lands to play my creatures here. I've got green cards to pitch to Endurance. I've got Foundation Breaker to, well, break a mana rock. This is... I'm not going to go so far as to say everything I want in one hand, but for a mulligan, I will happily shut the fuck up about this hand. So, in Omnath, that's actually pretty good as far as cards to pitch later, too. So, I do have a bunch of... Yeah, like I have things to pitch here. If I make it to turn 3 alive, I can just cast Endurance. That's cool, because I am definitely going to Foundation Breaker that thing. Here, I'm going to get Breeding Pool tapped. Untap. I also feel like black, green, white grave is getting very little. What? Modern Horizons 2 just gave y'all an entire set of cards that interact with the graveyard. Like, you got Persist, which is basically Reanimate. You got Entomb. Let's see, what else? This is going to be Elemental. Let's see, you got the Entomb card. You got the... Alright, so we'll slow them down by a turn doing this. Yes, I'm definitely planning on using that ability. So this is actually nice too, though, because let's assume I make it to next turn. I can cast Risen Reef, and if I am forced to Endurance with Risen Reef up and mana down, that will give me the... Is this the sacrifice creature? It is. Okay. Oh, now is where I want a Fury. Give me a Fury or a Solitude. I know I pitched a Solitude earlier. A Subtlety's not bad, actually. Actually, no. I take that back. Subtlety is actively great. Because what happens here is I can Risen Reef now, Endurance on their turn when they pop this off, and assuming I drew any other blue card, I can Subtlety using that card, or just untap and have a mana, so that I can use that on the next creature as well. So this is actually a great plan as far as plans are concerned. So I get to do this, do the trigger. Yes, I want that tapped. So I am fairly happy with this. Modern Horizon 2 had the best non-legendary reanimation target. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, whatever that Archon is called, the 8-drop green creature. Like, that thing's busted. What the fuck is this? A spy? Ooh, they have both. So here, I think what I'm going to do is Subtlety the Balustrade Spy. Oh, they have 2. Oh, man. Okay, that's fine. Because I can Subtlety here. Oh. So I want Subtlety to actively draw me into something that says destroy this. Okay. Okay. So, oh my god, yes! Or we get to do the things. Okay, cool. Let's go. So that's going to go on top of their deck. They're going to get to do the thing. Yeah, sure. So here they can attack for 2, which is kind of whatever. But with multiple Endurances now, I feel so much better. They, with a land drop, can do the action twice. But I still, in theory, can untap relatively safely. Okay. And okay. Oh my god. Oh, never mind. I don't get a free block, but can you Endurance after they combo? Yes. So the way the combo works, and I'm sure I'll get to show you this turn anyway, is that they cast a thing. I don't cast Endurance yet. But when they go to do all of their shit from the graveyard, yes, that's where we're going with this. I can actually put the Narcomoeba triggers on the stack rather than the Vengevine triggers. Okay, that's fine too. So that, like, they just don't get to do all their cool shit. So are they sacrificing this now? I hope so. They are, so I'll get to show you now. Cool. So they're going to flip their graveyard. They're going to get to do all their shit. I'm going to have to look at the cards, etc., etc. But when I have to look at the cards and they put all of their Narcomoebas and shit on the stack, I'll get to put Endurance on the table. if they have a land, they can run it out twice. No. They get to just cast another copy of the 3-drop, but they don't. They need a land. They need 2 mana sources to do this twice. But let's see if we can figure out what's in their hand. We see an Undercity Informer. 1, 2, 3 Undercity Informers. 1, 2, 3. Oh, duh. We know it's the Balustrade Spy. Sure. So they can't cast Balustrade Spy right now. So I'm gonna look at the cards. All of that shit's on a stack. And now that all of this shit's on a stack, I can now put Endurance on the table. So I can green, whatever. And I'm just going to get to cast this. And they concede. Look at us go. Oh. LOL, Nexus of Fate, right? So I have quite a bit of delay. If they have a land 5, they can cast. Oh, yeah. You mean last turn? Yes. So that's actually why I wanted to use Subtlety instead of using the Endurance that turn, because like using the Subtlety would have stopped them from ever resolving that spell, because they could have done the thing twice, and at that point in time I still had like Endurance into Endurance, so I would have been able to save my ass twice instead of just once. Of course I didn't know I was going to draw the Endurance, but I think putting the spell on top gave me the most ability to do the thing safely twice. It was turn 4 though, yeah. And if they had missed a land drop, since I had to, since I used Subtlety on their Balustrade Spy, tying up 4 mana is probably the best way that I had to protect myself that turn, since I knew if I got to untap, then I could pretty safely have Endurance on deck too. It was true that they could have comboed off twice if they had, I guess, done it a little differently, but with our draw step being Endurance, never mind the fact that it was Endurance itself, just having another green card was just ultra awesome. Like, Endurance was really, really silly good for us there. And game 1, being able to fucking tutor for it, are you kidding me? That was so good. I think that Elementals are the most busted tribe after humans with so many interactive creatures blowing through this league. Facts. So I think Elementals are actually a lot better than humans, because like all the cool shit that you get to do is both 0 mana and tutorable, and the individual cards in this deck are honestly a lot better than the individual cards in humans. Like, humans doesn't get to play anything remotely close to the power level of Omnath, like just regular Omnath, not Omnath, Locus of the Royal or whatever it's called. Imperial Recruiter is, in my opinion, yeah, Elementals are more busted than humans for sure. I don't even think it's close. Like, I think Elementals are way better than humans. But yeah, like I do think humans are actually pretty well suited to this format. Like, I even have a humans list that I may or may not try at some point. Where's humans? Here it is. So I guess what I wanted to do with humans, because Imperial Recruiter is a silly fucking Magic card. Like, this card is great. I made the leaderboard this month with Elementals. Nice. Good job. That's awesome. Like, yeah, like, but it is true that this deck is still very good. Like, Imperial Recruiter just enables so much crazy shit. Like, you can have like a main deck Sanctifier on core. I've got a main deck Camball in that deck, but people first need to learn to play Elementals. Also true. This hand's great. Like, are we on to play? We are not. Oh, I am on to play. Oh shit, that's even better. I'm never on to play. This is great. So, against Gigantha, what the fuck is playing Gigantha? Is this Tron? It is definitely Tron. Okay, so against Tron, what do I even want a Harbinger for? Do I just Harbinger for Subtlety so that I can stop their first giant play? Or do I just get like Foundation Breaker? I think I get Foundation Breaker so that I can fuck up like a what am I thinking? A expedition map or something? I think that's better. So let's do that. I'm going to get Foundation Breaker. And if they're just not Tron, but they're unlucky, then whatever. But I really assume this is Tron. Sequencing can be super tough with elementals. You have to know the play patterns and the matchups to be successful. Facts. Voice is way better than Mariner. Well, we're playing 4 of each. I think Voice of Resurgence is crazy good. Oh, I kind of don't like Voice of Resurgence, even though it's a super good role player. Oh, I see where you guys are having that talk. Okay, so I'm not going to disrupt this. Yeah, because they're still going to get to draw the card, but it fucks up their mana. Yeah, no, I am going to fuck up their mana, because I want to make sure that they can't cast, like, a Sylvan Scrying or something. Yeah, I don't want them to cast, like, a Sylvan Scrying or anything, so let's fuck up their mana. Alright, so yes, they get to draw the card, but I'm a lot happier with them drawing a card than them definitely having green mana. So, next turn... Okay, so they have the green mana anyway, which I guess is whatever. What did he get? Or is this Power Plant? Okay. Aw, man. Fine. So, they are still 2 full turns from Tron, though. The only downside to this... I need a white source for Ephemerate. The only downside to this is that I'm not going to actually be able to keep them off of the Tron part, but... Solitude will give me the ability to... Oh! That's potentially really good. Yeah, we're going to preserve the mana for Solitude for sure. Like, we are definitely not taking ourselves off of free Solitude. Because, like, if their play, after all of this bullshit, is just going to be, like, a copy of, Okay. So now I can Kahira and hold up Solitude plus Ephemerate. So that's pretty good. I want this to just grab me Kahira. Alright. So this isn't the worst. Okay, so now they can do something huge. But again, if it's just like a Wormcoil Engine, then... Or a Kahira, that's whatever. I don't necessarily care about Kahira. You can have that. Alright, so now I get to do this. Go and get a white land of some sort, meaning Howling Fountain, I guess. Here I'm gonna pitch the Mariner. Yeah. Oh. Put all this shit on the stack, and then I get to do this so that I can keep my friend. Blah, blah, blah. Alright. But I get to trigger this twice, which is dope. Go away. Trigger Raisin Reef again. Yes, don't mind if I do. Elemental. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Oh my god, so I get to do this too? So I'm going to trigger the Harbinger because I want to do my double Demonic Tutor thing, and I'm going to stack it so that my Harbinger resolves first. So this is going to go get Subtlety, and Risen Reef is going to put it in hand. So now I have Subtlety. Oh my god, and Ephemerate too? Sick life me. Let's go. So I'm not casting shit else. I'm just going to do this. And their next big play, if it's like a Planeswalker or something, I can just Subtlety the spell. And then the following turn, I can Subtlety... and I'm just going to cast Subtlety for 4 mana. Like, I'm good doing that. And preserve Mariner for Solitude. Yeah, like, this is really, really silly. Like a Nukin. So now I get to just cast this thing. Blue thing. I don't know, blue again, I guess. Subtlety here. And I'm going to keep the Ephemerate so that their next big play, I can Subtlety that as well. Okay. What does this do? Chromatic Sphere. Don't care. And then you ephemerate exactly. Yup. So yeah, so now I get like another 1 mana counter spell for their next big play as well. And I'm gonna assume that it's Ugin again. But like, this is crazy good for us. But here I actually will get to cast my Kahira as well. Right? No, not right. Not right. I do not cast Kahira. Because I don't have 2 actual green/white sources. So I am just going to attack with this. No. The reason I can't play the Lord is because doing so would tap both of my actual color sources. I guess I should have made one of these on Cat or Beast, but whatever. It is still a 2-turn clock either way, so like it doesn't actually change anything. Like this is 8, they go to 9, and playing the Lord takes me above 10 damage here. So I'm still good to just hold here. Like I don't need to press any buttons. Yeah, so like I'm gonna ephemerate my subtlety using my white mana because I didn't tap out for Kahira. Okay. Let's fucking go. Oh my god, that was sick. So we get to subtlety here. And I'm going to do a lot of the same stuff as before. So here I want Foundation Breakers. I want Force of Vigors. Cards that I do not necessarily want include Unsettled Mariner. It is pretty decent against exactly... what the fuck is that card called? Walking Ballista. It's good against exactly Walking Ballista, but I don't really care. Furies are worse than 2 drops. Also, I guess I want to keep the blue count up for subtlety anyway, so does that change anything else here? Yes. This is not an endurance matchup. And I think I'm pretty happy with this. Elemental took your heart's place over spirits. For exactly today. All that without Fulminator Mage, right? Yeah, Fulminator Mage is good, but not necessary. So, okay, let me actually revise my statement. Because this is actually exactly why I've been playing a lot of Pioneer, because I don't think Spirits is unplayable in Modern, and honestly better pilots than myself like Dr. Queller have proved that. But it is true that playing Spirits right now is a very, very uphill battle, and honestly I just don't want to spend my time fighting uphill battles. Like, it just isn't fun. So I would rather just play like a giant pile of broken shit and still be able to do some kind of tribal nonsense, which I clearly love. And Elementals fits that spot just fine for now. So Elementals is tribal nonsense, and it does a bunch of super broken things. And I very clearly like doing busted tribal things. So the fact that Spirits is really good in Pioneer, though, is a lot of why I've been playing a lot of Pioneer, because I love the Spirits archetype. It's super fun. But unfortunately, Spirits kind of sucks right now in Modern, so I just haven't really been having much fun playing it in the world of Modern. So I am going to keep this hand. Because, like, turn 2... Do I keep this hand? I think this is okay. It's not great, but I do have subtlety for the first big thing here. If I draw an Ephemerate, again, that on subtlety, as we saw, is just ultra gas. And I can grab a Kahira into my hand so that I am also able to pitch to subtlety as well as, or Solitude as well as subtlety. So I'm not exactly the biggest fan of having drawn a land there, but I'll shut up and take this. Alright, so it looks like we're getting Natural Trond here, which is whatever. They did mulligan, so that should be expected. Here, I'm going to grab my first white source. Do you think any deck needs 5 copies of Soul Ring? What? Why the hell would anything need 5 copies of Soul Ring? I mean, my answer to you is no, but I also don't know where that came from. So, I am both confused and definitely not on board with 5 copies of Soul Ring in anything. So I guess I will ask, where did that come from? Oh, are we not on oh, let's go. I will very happily take my opponent whiffing here. So we have perfect colors now. We draw something sweet, something sweet, something sweet. The fuck are you doing during my upkeep, Tron opponent? Let me draw my card. Unsettled Mariner. Oh! Damn it, I wish I knew I was drawing another one of these last turn. Anyway, what I'm going to do here is just Foundation Breaker this thing, potentially take them off their mana. But now I have cards for both Subtlety and Solitude, and if I can get away with just casting Subtlety next turn, I'll be very happy about that. But I will still happily do this just as a Naturalize, because once again, if I can bust them out of being able to play things like... yeah, that's whatever. If I can bust them out of being able to play things like Abundant Harvest, Sylvan Scrying, etc., then that will make me a fairly happy Dre. But for now, I will... Okay, sure. And sure. Okay, so they just have all the rocks, which is whatever. I'm still fairly happy to just... I need a blue source, so that's going to be white and blue, Howler Fountain. Sacred Foundry, okay. I don't know, in Commander you can have Soul Ring, your Gnome's Eyes, Mana Crypt, all Soul Rings when you really look at them. Soul Talisman, Mana Crypt? What the fuck is a Soul Talisman? Also, if any of these cards are in Commander-only sets, definitely assume that I have no idea what you're referencing. But what I'm going to do here... I think I'm actually going to... Do I just put Kahira in my hand? Because I'm, like, not playing a creature this turn anyway. But, New Suspend Soul Ring for Modern Horizons 2, got it. Yeah, I think I am just going to do this. At least this way I have a card that I don't care about to pitch to Solitude, but like not ultra comfy with this, but I also haven't drawn an Ephemerate yet, so okay. Sylvan Scrying. Okay, so they got their land. So I will be happy about an Ephemerate, but I also just like kind of need a... Oh, that's actively pretty decent. That's actively pretty decent. So I can tap this, play my Flamekin Harbinger. Harbinger can get another Subtlety. So I can now take care of their next two big plays by hardcasting Subtleties. And if I draw an Ephemerate over the next couple of turns, that will give me live plays to make. And that also establishes a nice clock for me, too. So if I draw an Ephemerate, I'm happy. If I don't draw an Ephemerate, at least I'm guaranteed to be able to stop their next two plays. I will Subtlety this. Yes, I will Subtlety this. So it is one of the lower end of scary things they can do, but honestly, I would really just prefer that my opponent didn't play Magic. Oblivion Stone, sure thing. You got it. So, we did know that was a possibility, but I also just, like, don't have my Foundation Breaker anymore, so I can't really do much about that. So, let's go ahead and make them take 4 here. Boop, boop. Is this a Dismember? A Spatial Contortion? Why the fuck are you casting that now? Okay, so sure, they do this, they technically reduce the clock, which is kind of whatever, but I'm going to get a Breeding Pool so that I can also cast my Unsettled Mariner with blue and white without disrupting my Subtlety mana. So I still have at least a clock to go with here. If I draw a land, I can They have 6 mana remaining. So what happens if they get... So, Ugh. They Karn, they get in their Ensnaring Bridge, they cast Ensnaring Bridge, go down to 2 cards. Or I Subtlety this, and then they Oblivion Stone that too? Gross. Or they... Actually, no, because... Yeah. Because doing that, they still get the Ensnaring Bridge, but if they want to Oblivion Stone, they have to also get rid of their own Karn. So it's not pretty, but it is still an option I have available. This is bad, but it is still a something. Damn. Now I wish I had a better clock, or another Foundation Breaker, so I could have gotten rid of this Oblivion Stone. I guess that's what I get for trying to, like, blow up a mana rock. Like, that might have been a little too greedy, rather than solving, like, an actual problem card. So I guess I'll just do this. And if this is just gonna be... Okay, so they are just blowing up my board. Sure. Okay. So, I'm obviously not a fan of this. They are getting the Karn, sure. Okay. Green. White. Let's do this. Let's do this. Blue, white. So, Karn plus Ensnaring Bridge is pretty scary. They have 10 mana available. Okay, I was gonna say, but the good part of playing it this way did make it so at least they were not, at the time, able to, yeah, sure, I can't do anything about that until I see another 2 cards. Okay. Damn. So, I don't know, give me a Foundation Breaker? Foundation Breaker? Give me a Foundation Breaker? Force of Vigor! I'll take it! I will take a Force of Vigor. Kill Karn, hit you. Oh! My elemental have vigilance. Cool. I straight up didn't even realize. So they can put a charge counter on this and put it up to 2. They choose not to for some reason. No! They can pay for the stupid thing. I guess they can only exile one of my things and I can Solitude next turn. But, like, that doesn't mean I want to see it. I'm not happy about it. Whatever. Oh, they didn't pay for either? Oh shit, we're just gold. Let's go. And I get Risen Reef? Oh, no I don't. I don't get Risen Reef until next turn. But I do get to Solitude now. Clear out this big fucking threat. Get the fuck out of my face. So they do go to 26, but at least I get to attack. So we're doing things. We're doing things. Alright, let's go things. Another Karn. No! They get Ensnaring Bridge. Number, I don't know. Do they have a number 2? Is that a thing? Oh, they get Wormcoil Engine. That's annoying, but, like, okay. Expedition Map, sure thing. Give me an Ephemerate, a Solitude. I'll take that. I'll take that. We take those. Let's fucking go, deck. Let's fucking go, deck. Alright, so they go back up to 26. They're annoyed by me, whatever. I'm probably going to get some capital letters soon. But, 3 goes here, 3 goes here, 3 goes to face. Karn, face, face. Okay. Let's fucking go. Magic the Gathering. So they can put a bunch of counters on this if they want to. There's this tower. Okay, so you have a fuck ton of mana. What are you going to do with it? Don't Ugin me. That's annoying. Oh, they are going to try to blow up the Solitudes. Okay, sure, you got it, opponent. Ooh, Yes, I can still cast Voice of Resurgence. Okay. So let's Risen Reef here. Do the thing. Yep. I'll take that. Voice of Resurgence. Green. White. Draw me Ephemerate. Oh shit, it actually did draw me Ephemerate. Let's go. Alright. We take all of these. Fuck yeah. Attack with all creatures. GG, I think. Let's fucking go Magic the Gathering. So here, I don't even care if they blow these up because I already have more than 5 on the table, so like whatever. And if their play is to try to like, okay, sick. Let's fucking go, deck. Okay, so Soul Talisman is Modern Horizons 2. Mana Crypt is printed in almost every Master set, and the other cards in a few sets here or there. Okay, got it. Yeah, so I don't necessarily mind redundance in your Magic cards either, because it's not like redundance in your Magic cards doesn't exist in a bunch of other formats either. It just, you guys notice redundance more because you're supposed to have one-ofs, but obviously you'll notice it more when you have a lot of effects of the same type, I guess. Where, even, like, for example, in decks like Merfolk, let's look at, where's Merfolk? Here we go, Merfolk. So, in decks like Merfolk that have a shit ton of effects that are effectively the same thing or very close to it. Like you have Lord of Atlantis, which is effectively the same as Master of the Pearl Triumph, and Merfolk Mistbinder is almost the same as both of those cards. You have cards like Tideshaper, which are effectively the same as Spreading Seas, and sure, people like notice those things, or they'll notice the upgrades in things or the similarities, but people don't have a problem with that in constructed Magic because we just like redundancy, but also we're not playing a format where you're supposed to have unique effects. Like, redundancy is touted as being a great thing in constructed Magic, but in EDH you'll see where people are, I don't know, I've heard this a couple of times where people don't necessarily like that too many cards do the same thing, but I don't know, a part of good deck building is making it so that ideally your deck does the same thing every time you play it, and having access to a number of different Soul Ring effects, or a number of different 2-mana talismans that tap for 1 mana, or like Mind Stone, Thought Vessel, stuff like that on top of those. Like, I don't have a problem with any of that. Just, alright, play as many as you think you need to so that your deck that is 100 cards and a bunch of one-offs can at least try to do the same thing every single game. And I like that about deck building, like, because that's ideally what you want your deck to do. Like, you want to win games of Magic in the same way, ideally, every single time you play, because that's really just like where you want to be in life. So I don't really have a problem at all with decks being hyper redundant, because that just makes it so that, you know, you're going to be able to obviously win more games of Magic because your deck is more focused. It's doing the thing you want it to do. Yeah, we want Happy Dre. It's way better than Unhappy Dre. Facts. Yeah, Unhappy Dre is obviously not why I'm here. Like, I'm here to have a good time with y'all. Like, I definitely have no desire to, you know, be mauling or angry or whatever while on stream. It's just, why? Like, who has time for all of that? So, and obviously I like to think that I don't really make time for that, so, you know, I tend to play the things I like. So let's look for our last opponent here, see if maybe we can go ahead and pull out this trophy. That'd be kind of sick, because, well, like I said, because I think Spirits has kind of been terrible in Modern, I just haven't really been playing much Modern. So if this deck is going to continue to feel good, I might just play a lot more of this over the course of this Modern. Because, like, you know, like, as much as I love Modern Spirits, I don't really want to spend a bunch of time losing. But Pioneer Spirits has felt fucking great. Like, the last couple of leagues I've done have been all 5-1s or 5-0s or 4-1s, and, like, Spirits and Pioneers felt great, and it's almost felt like almost no matter what build I go for has been good. Like, the last 2 leagues I've played with this, no, 2 out of the last 3. That's correct. Because we did have the league where we dropped. I think it was like 1-2 or 0-2 or something crazy. But like I trophied with that, and then 0-2'd or 1-2'd or something bad. This ain't acceptable. Obviously, I don't know what we're playing against, so I don't want to fish for any specific free cards. But Unsettled Mariner or Voice of Resurgence into Risen Reef still seems pretty good. Yeah, Spirits is the most played deck in Pioneer for a reason. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we're playing against another Darcy build. So that means I don't want Foundation Breaker, and I do want cards like Fury or Solitude. But I will be fairly happy to not play with Foundation Breaker in games 2 and 3. We are playing... I assume this is Blitz. So we're doing this again. Are we Mutagenic Growth? We are not. Okay. So I assume that we're holding up Lightning Bolt so that they can try to... I guess Breeding Pool here when Swept Teeth gets white. Alright. And the $20,000 question. No, I'm just going to cast Unsettled Mariner. What am I doing? So I'm going to get basic planes here, cast Unsettled Mariner, be pretty happy about that. And then the next drop I make can get a Steam Vent so that I have effectively perfect mana with any land drop. So let's do that. So I can do this, cast my Unsettled Mariner without taking damage, or more than the one for the fetch anyway. This turns off Lightning Bolt this turn, which is nice. If they opt, then whatever they opt. But okay. So they have a land, which is kind of whatever. So let's see what we do here. Oh, nothing. I'm just gonna let that slide. I assume that they're holding just like a regular Lightning Bolt for my face, so I'm just gonna let them do that if that's what they want to do. Like, if you want to Lightning Bolt me and just pay 2 mana to do it, then yeah, like, this is fine. Lava Dart is targeting my face. What's up? Saw you on a Nikachu live stream this morning. Hey, what's up, Pessimistic Scientist? Yeah. When I have time to, I do like to just kind of like pop in and, you know, digest a bunch of other people's content because, well, it's still Magic, and Magic is still a fun environment for me. Also, like, I try to like pop in on Nikachu stream whenever I have the ability to anyway, just because, like, I won't go so far as to say that like we're good friends or anything like that, but I certainly like the guy. Okay, so here we untap and we draw Solitude. We do not. Okay. I'm still going to open myself up to draw Solitude with this Risen Reef, though. I can also draw Fury. So I've got, what, 7 outs to kill all of these creatures? Or some? Or none? Or none. Okay. So next turn, assuming we don't just, like, die on the spot, right? But, like, next turn, I can play Omnath, this one, to try to kill creatures. Is this a Manamorphose? What are we doing here? If they're going, like, ultra big mode, then I'll be fairly... Stern Dismissal! Alright, well... Good night, sweet prince. I'm still blocking. I guess the good thing about this is... I mean, because either way I'm blocking. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And Lava Dart? And Lava Dart. Oh, no. Are we dead? Oh, no. We might have died. I think we died. We might have died here. We are not looking great. Alright. So, I'll see if they go balls to the walls here. So, like, what are we looking at? 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Alright, we're dead on board. I'm not going to insult my opponent. Oh, no. They can't cast both Lava Darts. Ha. Let's not do that. I enjoy supporting Nikachu. He's entertaining and getting insight on a modern meta. Yeah, for sure. Like, I don't know. Dude's fun to watch. So we take 11, and this is clearly not great. Unsettled Mariner is not what I wanted here. Also, I can't cast this Omnath anymore because this fetch land is going to fuck my shit up. So I am going to pack it up here. Alright, game 2. So we're going to run this back the same way that we did against the other... the other Blitz deck that we faced. So these are cards we want. Foundation Breaker's not great. This Omnath is bad. What the fuck else did I take out? A bunch of Ephemerates, was it? That sounds right. Yeah, Ephemerate's pretty bad against a deck that has infinite removal spells. Oh, I must have left in the Omnath, and that seems more right. Yeah, because at least you can pitch to everything, even if I don't actually want to cast you, really, ever here. Yeah, that seems better. Let's do this. So, if we can obviously get off the Chalice, that's super nice, but, like, this is pretty bad. Yeah, this has to go. Ooh, you're a lot better. Alright, so things I can do. I can keep Solitude Mariner Voice. Pitching Omnath, knowing that I can pitch Voice to Solitude. Where do you prefer viewers to watch, on Twitch or YouTube? If I'm being completely honest, I am, I guess, building followers for both, so we're not at the point where it actually matters one way or the other, because either way, I would like more followers and supporters on both, so honestly, your choice. But let's be real, assuming that one day that I do get enough of a following so that it ever does matter, I would still prefer that people watched on whatever platform they wanted, because, like, I don't know, like, if you're at a point where it actually matters, then you're generally doing well enough to the point where supporting on either platform is still good for the person. Okay, so deciding what to pitch still, that's where I am in life. I would like to pitch... It's one of these two, I know that. I think I'm going to pitch the Voice, because I would rather cast the Omnath in a scenario where I'm able to cast either card. Like, I don't necessarily care about casting Voice, but I do care about being able to cast Omnath, so if I draw something else that I don't care about, like a Voice off the top, I would rather pitch that to Solitude and keep the Omnath. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'll do it like that, give myself the chance to cast this, still pitch Solitude, and this will give me the highest chance to do things if I draw another white card. So this is going to cast a Darcy. Okay. So here I'm going to put a Hallowed Fountain in play? Yeah, Hallowed Fountain. Case in point, we drew another white card that we didn't care about. So now I can keep the Omnath in hand and potentially rely on the combination of Chalice and Unsettled Mariner to get me to the point where I can eventually cast Omnath. So here, so that that plan is much more likely to happen, I'm actually going to grab Sacred Foundry, cast my Chalice. That will hopefully provide me with some degree of protection against most spells that would get me dead in between here and Omnath. The downside here is that they can still just go like Bauble, Metamorphose, mill a bunch of good things, Stormwing Entity, and that will still have the ability to kind of like blow up my plans with a Stormwing Entity here. But I can Solitude away to Stormwing, so that's not even all bad. It's weird, but I feel like this deck is stronger on the draw. Sometimes that's going to feel true. A lot of the times because, you know, you get to... there's no way double red is not on a Braid, right? Like, There's, like, no way. Oh, shit. Let's go. The plan is coming together. All right, so here I'm going to Unsettled Mariner. And if they're going to keep, like, missing land drops for us, that makes it so that a Braid doesn't even kill this Chalice. So, fingers crossed, y'all. Let's go. And like I said, if I can make the 4th land drop so I can just play this Omnath, I'm going to feel... I'm going to feel a lot better about the way this game potentially goes. So, they will still get to, like I said, they still get to Morphos into a Stormwing here. I mean, there's just no way they attack. Okay. What? Let's fucking go. Okay. I'm not going to pitch a Solitude to a Solitude, so I am just going to put Kahira in hand, I guess. I think I would rather do that than put the Voice in hand and potentially deal with... yeah, I like this. Like, I can just kind of chill here. So, again, they can still Abrade my Chalice of the Void, but if that is not what's happening here, I will be more than happy to draw land, jam Omnath down their throat. Expressives. Sure, you can have an Expressive. Did they play their land first? They did. Huh. Alright, well, that's good for us. Hopefully that takes them out of being able to cast something, I guess. I mean, clearly my favorite draw here, Morphos, sure. Okay, so they're going to just try to make this a flyer. But if they make this a flyer, I'm still okay with that because I'm still planning on pitching Solitude to Voice. And we can just kind of like go to fuck off if that's what the plan is. So, or I'm sorry, pitching Kahira to the Voice. Words are difficult, y'all. Pitching Kahira to the Solitude and then casting the Voice. Okay, so this is fine by us. Alright. So, casting Mishra's Bauble, so now they have 4 types. Okay. Still not sad about this, because they're going to get to do all of their shit, and they're going to, like, set this up so that they can have all of their types in their graveyard. But I'm going to definitely just, like... They targeted me? That's 2 opponents. Oh, no. People... Stop it. This, that does not do the thing you need it to do. Alright, well, go away, Kahira. Alright, poor opponents. Why are y'all like this? Alright. And we got the land! Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Alright. So now I get to cast Omnath and Solitude to Voice. Fuck yeah. Or Solitude this thing, pitching Voice. So blue, red, green, white, so I can get a basic Plains, and I'm still pretty happy about that. Okay, cool. So I'm going to Omnath first because, I don't know, if I draw another white card I maybe don't care about like that, I think I would rather have Voice than Unsettled Mariner. No, because they're going to pitch this. Yeah. So, okay, so I'm going to still pitch the Voice to this. Alright, go away. And now I can potentially have double Unsettled Mariner. So if they are going to try and look for cards with Fiery Islet, potentially double Unsettled Mariner can stop them from being able to deal with our Chalice, and then we just get to kind of go from there. That's another Expressive. We don't necessarily care about that because of the Unsettled. So they can find exactly land a Braid to turn off the Chalice, but now they have a lot of work to do. So like they have to have double good spell to kill Omnath, which is going to be ultra difficult. This can, okay, I was going to say this can be a Stormwing, but like that's okay. So yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. That doesn't do us any good, but oh, wait. What the fuck am I talking about? I gained 4 life. What am I talking about? Don't mind me, y'all. So what happens here? I can attack with Omnath. Blue, white. So If I attack with Omnath... No, I just let them attack. What am I doing? We're crushing this game. That's hopefully going to continue to be the plan, yeah. So, this Misty Rainforest can get Steam Vents too, which means that any hard cast copies of Fury are live off the top of my deck. So, I am finger crossing pretty hard here. Like, we're hopefully doing pretty good. We are... Okay, so they have the Abrade, but this is where I was happy about giving myself access to double Unsettled earlier, because, like, look at how much... They have to pay 4 mana to solve my one problem. This is sick. And... Okay, so now that they've paid the mana too, I'm going to do this now because they can't solve Omnath. So I'm going to get Steam Vents, put you into play tapped. And my Abrade is going to die. This is going to get to attack me for 4, but I'm at 21 now, and I've got a bigger board than they do. So, like, the fact that this can cast something is fine, and I'll even take the 4 here. Like, that's whatever. But now I get to, like, start attacking with my Omnath. And we have another Chalice on 1. Let's fucking go, Magic the Gathering. Oh my god. I know they're about to be mad as shit about that. Please give me some capital letters in the chat. Oh, that's great. Oh, man. So... Here, we do still need to draw a little more offensive things, though. Like, I would really prefer to draw another copy of Fury or Solitude to deal with the Stormwing entity. The Monastery Swiftspear is... I'm not going to go so far as to say whatever, but, like, Lightning Bolt, my face paying 3 mana for it. Oh my god, it doesn't even resolve because of the stupid Chalice. I forgot about it, too. Look at us fucking go. Do what you gotta do, opponent. So they can do that just to generate prowess triggers, and I'm actually pretty okay with that. So I take the 6, I go to 11. I don't think I want to double block here. Wait, yes I do. I definitely want to double block here. If they have 2 more spells to do nothing with, then I'm okay with that. If they have 1 more spell, then they have to trade this for just one of these, and I get to continue my attacks, and their turn kind of sucks from there. Yeah, I'm still okay with this. And... realistically, oh no, they have another Stormwing? Oh my god. Alright, well, Jesus. Well, we're dealing with 3 Stormwings here, so, whew. I think that is worth my time. So I am going to cast this just for the draw cards part of things. Alright, well, let's do it. Oh, I'm a moron. I'm a moron. I should have attacked. Fuck. Oh, I'm bad. So, I should have attacked first, let them cast, I don't know, a Mutagenic Growth if they had it, and then recast this one. Oh, man. Yeah, I fucked that up. So, if this is a Mutagenic Growth, I'm going to be ultra fucking sad, because that means I'm the moron. Okay, so it looks like they didn't have it anyway. But I am going to gain the 4 life. So, RIP game. Yeah, like, I fucked that up. I definitely should have attacked first. Just on the off chance that they had blocking. Luckily for us, they didn't, which is nice. But that doesn't mean I did that correctly. So I take 6, I go to 11. I have a question for you after the match. Okay, sure. Unsettled Mariner, number 100. Alright, well, let's attack. Okay. They go to 2. They have a lot of problems to solve. Alright. So now they have to deal with 3 creatures at 2 life with only 2 blockers. Looking pretty good. They can't play a creature to block other than their 4th Stormwing because of Chalice. They can abrade a creature and then block profitably. That does work. And they're just attacking. Okay. So Okay, okay, okay. I was gonna say, are they... So here, they could double Lava Dart. That only gets them plus 4 points. So even if they had double Lava Dart, that still only does 10, not 11. Yeah, because like the combination of the Unsettled Mariners / Chalice of the Void, even double Lava Dart is... Wait. Lava Dart 1, Lava Dart 2, Lava Dart 3, Lava Dart... Oh, no, 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 that's a lot. Never mind, never mind. That's a lot of prowess triggers. Yeah, they could have had double Lava Dart. I would have died to that. Yeah, it'd be plus 8. Yeah, you're right. But I couldn't beat that anyway, so why worry about it? Yeah, alright, whatever. Run it back. So let's Kahira here. 4 trigger. Yeah, no, 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 you're just right. I cannot play Magic with this hand. This hand doesn't... Unfortunately, one more land I'd be very happy, but as it stands, this hand doesn't do shit. Come on, not like this. This hand is a lot better on the draw, so I am going to keep this one, shipping back one of the Risen Reefs, but god damn it. Alright, Magic. Give me a land off the top. Ah. This is, like, legitimately sad times. Like, oh, hell yeah, let's go. Alright. Still sad, but less sad. Alright. So, what I want to do here is have the first Solitude pitch to Omnath. If they play, like, Morphos into Stormwing here, I will still be pretty happy to get rid of Stormwing. Like, the Monastery Swiftspear, I'm not going to get rid of this turn. Okay. Let's give myself some draw steps. That counts as a good draw step. That is almost definitely an Abrade. So what I want to do here is Breeding Pool Unsettled Mariner first. Yeah. So if they are going to cast an Abrade at this, they obviously have to do it next turn, etc., etc. And that opens up my Chalice if their play is land Abrade. Unholy Heat. Yeah, that's whatever. Alright. Okay. So, still not necessarily happy about this, but okay. So watch, they don't have a braid the whole time and I'm just a moron, but I still would really love a land because that'll let me buy a Kahira for the second copy of Solitude. As it stands, I can still draw land. Is this the Abrade I was looking for earlier? Shattering Spree, close enough. Okay. Damn. Okay. So here, I will get rid of the Monastery Swiftspear now. I was trying to put it off as long as possible, but... Alright. Alright, go away. Let's see what you got. Oh, nothing. I like nothing. Playing a Darcy. Bauble 2? No Bauble. Ooh! Okay, okay. So we're playing Magic. Not enough, but we're still playing some Magic. So here, I think I want to open myself up to the option of them playing a bunch of spells simply to make this a 3/4 and then blocking with Endurance. I want to give myself the ability to do that. I'm back. I had to take care of some things around the house. Cool. Well, welcome back. This Arid Mesa can get Temple Garden, so that is a live play. Okay. I actually had to think about that. I was like, can I even do that? Okay, so this is actually exactly what I was talking about here. So they're going to play a bunch of cards to try to fuel this Darcy. So if they have a bauble or something, they don't. Okay. So again, Temple Garden's going to take my life total to 8, which is low as shit. But I am going to give myself the ability to at least try and win this game. So I can do this. I shuffle in their graveyard. Target you. If they have a spell that puts something... Oh, sick. Alright. And I will happily trade this for both a Lightning Bolt and Darcy. Like, if they have a Lightning Bolt to finish this off, fucking great. And if this is a copy of Stormwing, then this can still block Stormwings. And if I draw a white card, I can Solitude to Stormwing, so I'm still pretty happy. Wait, I don't have to draw a white card. I can Kahira. Alright, so this is actually good. Not a white card, but I can still get Kahira. 1, 2, 3. And I'm actually going to do this now because we've seen earlier that they play Stern Dismissal, and I don't want them to be able to rescue their own creature. Like, I just don't want to deal with that. So let's... Off the top rope. Kahira's been so useful, right? Like, just pitching as green, pitching as white has been so strong. Like, you'd think that the card was just like, oh, who cares? It's just like some stupid companion, right? And to be fair, on the battlefield, there was one point where I should have played it as a Lord, but thankfully I didn't get punished that game. 2 for 1 to get rid of this. Nope, they're playing a Stormwing. Okay. Will you stop having 100 Stormwings? Opponent, can you just, like, have less than 400 copies of that thing a game? Kahira's super good with the incarnations. Facts. Cavern of Souls. I don't hate that. So, what can I draw that's... Oh, no. I'm going to play Risen Reef first before playing the land, because this Cavern of Souls, if I draw exactly a copy of the red 1-drop, can go and get me something to respond to this. So, let's do this first. Okay, so that wasn't it, but I still think that play was right. So let's Elemental here, and I am definitely not attacking. Because, like, I really want to be able to block this Stormwing here. And if I get to untap next turn and potentially play something productive, I'll be really happy about that. I assume this is just drawing a card. No? Oh, are we fetching and drawing a card? Thinning. Alright, so let's see what happens here. If this is a spell of some sort to, like, make my endurance not troll. Oh my god, there was no spell. Whoo! Okay, so now we get to Risen Reef here, and I want to play the Risen Reef first to bait them into killing the other one with a responsive spell. Mostly because I very actively want the Unsettled Mariner to be on the table. 1, 2. There's my Flamekin Harbinger that I asked for earlier, so we can get Solitude. Let's fucking go. Oh my fucking god. Let's go Magic the Gathering. So I want this, and that first. So let's do this. I go get Solitude. So that goes in hand. I do want that on the table. Cavern of Souls, naming Elemental. I'm gonna Solitude, getting rid of one of these. Fuck yeah. Stop killing my shit, please. We have a Fury for next one too? Okay, cool. And a Harbinger. So, oh my god. The Demonic Tutors, let's go. Tapped fetch land. I know. Tapped fetch land is pretty hilarious. I'm going to do this to get the last copy of Solitude, just in case. I want this. Another Harbinger? Fucking let's go, Magic. But remember what I said earlier, where like the combination of Harbinger plus Risen Reef is basically Demonic Tutor, and well, we see that shit working out lovely right now. Like, just the Demonic Tutor is so real. They have Stormwing in hand anyway. Well, that's why we got the other Solitude, because we actually don't care about this last Stormwing. Like, they can get another Stormwing all they fucking want now. Like, this is sick. Easy 5-0. I know, like, that was so crazy. So what we get to do here is I am going to attack first. And we got a Chalice on one just in case. So what's this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. Grabbing the other Omnath does not kill anybody. Right? Wait. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Play this. Go get Omnath. Omnath for lethal. Yes, it does kill them. Okay. So let's bloop, 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 bloop. Look, we found the one time we actually want the Omnath Locus of the Royal. Alright. Again, stacking triggers correctly here. Going to get Omnath Locus of the Royal. Yes, I want that, but I want it. Okay. Red, white, green, blue. Face. Whatever. Elementals. Oh, elemental I control. I don't know. The one that could block. Pew! Exacxies. Yeah, fucking easy peasy, right? Holy Jesus, that was wild. So, yeah, we ended up obviously rolling out the 5-0 with elementals. That was... that is so hilarious. But we'll see, like, basically every card mattered so much in this matchup. Like, that was really crazy to see how well it came together. Like, the combination of, like, the Harbinger and the Risen Reef... Like, we said it was Demonic Tutor, and that shit was Demonic Tutor all day. Like, it was really crazy. The Omnaths, both of them came up just by virtue of being multicolor, and by virtue of just, like, actually being decent cards in their own right. Like, we just had Omnath finish an opponent off after they saw 3 Stormwing entities. Like, that was really crazy. Omnath Locus Creation gained us a bunch of life. The mana never mattered, but it gained us a bunch of life in a matchup where that mattered a lot. Unsettled Mariner was fucking A1. Like, that shit was about as good for us here as it usually is for Spirits, and it's great in Spirits. Being able to go get Endurance with Flamekin Harbinger, like, that interaction single-handedly helped us win that match against Oops All Spells. A good thing for Spirits players is that when they try out another deck, they win super easily, right? Like, we're so used to playing every league on ultra hard mode, and whenever we play a league that's not on hard mode, it's like, wow, this deck is so easy, because we're so used to trying to, like, fight all these uphill battles with Spirits. That was so hilarious, but good lord, that was crazy. We're too used to struggling. Yo, you're so right though. Like, whenever I play like with this deck, I'm so used to like going, oh cool, my opponent's on a Lava Dart deck, here's a Spectral Sailor, and then like, you know, we're fighting uphill for the entire rest of that game. And when you're not stuck fighting an uphill battle, it just feels like the game is so easy because you just played a better deck. And it's hilarious to think of it like that, but that's exactly what ended up happening. Alright, so that was cool. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to go ahead and take a little lunch for myself here. When we're back, what I'm going to do is go into Pioneer, and we've got, well, really the options, a bunch of options. So I could play Bant Spirits with Portable Hole, because honestly I think Bant Spirits is probably the best version of Spirits in in Pioneer anyway, but also, like, Portable Hole is just really good. Elemental Master confirmed, right? Yo, I'm telling you, it feels like this every time I play a deck that's not Spirits. It's just like, wow, this is so easy. We could play Mono Blue. Mono Blue didn't necessarily get any new toys other than the copies of UC Guard Approach, but now that we have access to good green mana and cards like Nightpack Ambusher, I don't know that Simic isn't better than Mono Blue, like just straight up. Or I could run back the Lurrus version of Spirits that we played last week and see if we can't, recover from the 4-1 that we had last week and maybe trophy this week. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and I guess or we could try to run back this blue-red dragon build that has a Spirits base as its opener. Reach out to Discord when you're free. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and take like a little half an hour for lunch anyway. And when I do that, I will contact you on Discord then, because I still have your name on there. So that's easy. Lurrus? Okay. Yeah. Spirits with Lurrus was really sick. So, I don't know. We can play that when I'm back. So that's what I'm going to do. I will see y'all. It's 2:45 now, so I guess I'll see y'all right around 3:15 my time. And we can definitely jam out some Lurrus Spirits in Pioneer and see if we can't, kind of rescue that 4-1 we had last week and turn it into a 5-0. So I will see y'all in not that long. Dwight, I will contact you. And yeah, see y'all in a little bit.
멘탈은 붕괴 멘붕 자들은 한 번에 녹아 거리가 길면 반드시 잡힌다 세상은 요지경자가가 판친다 수리수리 마수리 수수리 사바하 네 영혼을 확 깨우는 자장가 저 위로 올라가 자신을 내려봐 원화 수목 금속 멜로 Come on come on come on is looking for you What you gon' do when they come for you Come on come on come on is gonna find you What you gon' do huh 멘붕 Yeah 보름달이 떴다 강강 swallow 21이 떴다 everybody swallow 이 세상의 멱살을 흔드는 막춤 숨겨진 내 눈은 감별의 짝퉁 빠르디 빠르난 뛰어 싼토끼처럼 대박을 터뜨려 쌍꺼비처럼 헝클어진 머리에 풀리는 동공 멘탈은 붕괴 미션은 성공 비비디 바비디 부하 분한 맡아타 지금 너의 무의식을 따라가 돌고 드는 이 세상을 바라봐 원화 수목 금속 멜로 Come on come on come on is looking for you What you gon' do when they come for you Come on come on come on is gonna find you What you gon' do huh 멘붕 Yeah Yeah Feel the bass go
my sadness disappear. I'm feeling like chasing stars. You're the one that walks me by. Every time I see you here, you make my sadness disappear.
All right, there we go. Yeah, so, all right, Gentrific, you're not wrong. Time is up. We are back. And as I said, we're going to go ahead and get away from Elementals for right now and head back into Pioneer, where last week we got to play this pretty sweet Lurrus build of Spirits that is not only playing Lurrus, of course, but is also jamming 4 copies of Portable Hole in the sideboard. So we saw them be pretty good against things like Mono Red. It had a lot of ability to be pretty good against Red Black. But what I am going to change here is taking out the 2 copies of Light of Hope and instead playing 2 copies of Devout Decree. So these solve a lot of the same problems that you would solve against the red decks and the black decks, except you get to solve more of those problems. The only trade-off that you make is that that Devout Decree does not kill exactly Jeskai Ascendancy, but Light of Hope does, but it's much, much worse than Devout Decree is against the aggro decks. So there's your trade-off. But first, what I'm going to do is... Hey, what up, Saltar? How you doing? So you've actually missed a relatively sweet stream so far. We played Tribal Elementals in Modern, and honestly got a relatively easy 5-0 with that. And we are now delving into Pioneer with a build of Blue-White Spirits that is playing Lurrus as the companion. So we played this last week on stream, ended up going 4-1. I did lose a round to Burn. Yes. We lost round 1 to Burn that day, and then just kind of finished it out with 4-0 after that. So I was pretty happy about getting to do that. So let me give these nice people their shit back. And after I give them their shit back, I can take some new stuff so that we can jump right into Pioneer. And I'm hoping for another relatively sweet result in Pioneer, because A, Spirits is just like pretty good there anyway. But also, I am really hyped to continue playing with the sweet new removal spell that we just got in Portable Hole. Like, I think Portable Hole is like the absolute truth for us. And if y'all remember way back in, what was it, like May or something, whenever it was spoiled, it was, you know, the card I was easily most hyped about for this set. And now that the entire set has been spoiled and released, for Spirits purposes, that's still true. Like, I'm still the most hyped about Spirits Lurrus. Yes, we want to override. And now that we've actually played with Portable Hole, honestly, it was just as good as I thought it was going to be. So getting to make that kind of call, like 2 or 3 months ahead of time, and then having it actually come to fruition as being right, that shit is sweet. So let's grab some cards that we need. I hope they give me a regular set Confluence instead of this ugly one, but whatever. We want some Mausoleum Wanderers. We want Selfless Spirit. Selfless Spirit is here. We take a couple of those. Portable Hole. Doop doop doop. And just Lurrus. Oops. I can't type, but that's what we need. So let's take these things. Oh wow, this deck is wicked cheap on Moto too. Right, because there's no Brazen Borrowers. Shit, this whole deck is like $30 or something on Moto. This might be our next venture into talking about budget decks too. Oh my god. Time for Pioneer. Yeah, not much I can do about that. Back in evening school. Cool. So yeah, so I do know that you just got your promotion and everything, and that is what I guess kind of enabled you to come back into the stream in the first place. So, you know, glad to have you whenever you can show up. But honestly, like, oh, now that I'm riding the train, I'm hoping to be able to catch a stream. Awesome. Yeah, so, you know, glad to have you. But also, it sounds like you're, you know, moving up and doing some pretty sweet things with your life as a whole. So, fucking congrats for that, man. That sounds great. A big fan of Sanctifier on Vec. That card seems super sweet. Like, I have noticed some lists where Dr. Queller is playing, I think, 3 of those, and clearly is doing pretty well. But, I mean, he's doing well with everything, so, like, he can just have 4 Spell Quellers in a paper bag and probably trophy a bunch of times. But the point is still that Sanctifier on Vec has felt pretty good. Military life and private life is different here. Oh... yeah, not so much in America, yeah. It's just as ridiculous as people make it sound. So, the first thing I want to do before we actually start playing matches with this is I am going to go ahead and upload this deck on so that we can see the list on things like the exclamation deck command on Twitch. And I will update the YouTube video description as well so that we can go ahead and, you know, check it out in YouTube as well. So give me a couple seconds while I do that. So let's go here. There. So things have been updated. Cool. We have a month per year military stuff and the rest is private stuff. Oh my god. So I'm still working on my military promotion in school, and right now I'm doing evening school for private stuff as well. That sounds so much better than the way we do it here, for sure. You can become a full-time sergeant or officer as well, but that's very different from what I'm doing. Got you. Okay. So you guys get to just like opt into the path. No, here it's basically if you're living the military life, then that's basically just what you're doing. And you do have military jobs that can lead to degrees, but you generally choose military or real life, not what you guys get to do, which sounds like military and real life. I mean, there are less than full-time options available for the military here, but it's nowhere near the same as like where you guys get to just like do 1 year military stuff and the rest is private life. Like, that's not the same at all. The closest thing that we would have to that would be like what we call the military reserves, where you get to only have drill like once every few weeks or something, but outside of like that, you would live your regular civilian life. That's probably the closest thing we have to what it sounds like for y'all, but fuck it, man. If you can be a ranked officer in the military and get your real life together and actually be able to be a success at both of those, fucking amazing. So yeah, overall, glad to hear it. So moderns there, pioneers here, and bloop. We're gonna jam some pioneer matches now. And everything is updated too, so if anybody wants to check out the deck list, you can do so either by using that exclamation deck command or in YouTube, checking out the video description. Both avenues are live now, but we are going to cast some Mausoleum Wanderers and stuff, so I'm hoping this is just as fun as it looks. And whoa, we got the first die roll too. Let's fucking go. We have half a year mandatory service for soldiers, half a year more for each grade above sergeant and lieutenant or captain, and after that you have to go to military a month a year for about 10 years. Got it. Okay, so our hand contains a spell pierce, you see a guard approach, self spear. Our opponent has revealed a Gigantha, which means they are either the Jeskai Ascendancy deck or a Niv Mizzet list, and I don't necessarily want this hand against either of those decks, because honestly, I can do better. I can mulligan... Oh, fucking basic planes. Okay, so I guess I'll go to 5. Okay, this is actually a lot better. So I'll take this. So I'm going to keep this. I'm going to ship the basic planes and Shacklegeist. So now we have more than one creature to help play around removal and stuff like that. If we draw any Curious Obsession effect, the fact that I have a Mausoleum Wanderer and a Rattle Chains to play off of those things is actually going to feel a lot better. Also, it doesn't hurt that we just drew a Lofty Denial. So even though we mull to 5, I am actually a lot more comfortable with this hand than I was with the hand that we just shipped away. So, okay. And here I actually will play the Rattle Chains. Let's see if we get to untap or if they have their like one of Magma Spray. They don't. Let's go. So if this is like some weird Jeskai control deck, then whatever, you got me. But I think my mulligan was right here. Expressive Iteration. Do I want to let you expressive? Why blue and not blue-white lands? So I understand that I have the Lurrus here, but I also have double Spectral Sailor. I would much rather develop my board relatively quickly and just get them dead. I'm also not going to counter this. So a Supreme Verdict deck, it has the ability to be a Supreme Verdict deck. We don't necessarily know that. What is a lot more popular than the Supreme Verdict decks, because remember, Gigantha is here, so they cannot be a Supreme Verdict deck. They are much more likely to be Jeskai Ascendancy combo. So here I got to cast my double Spectral Sailors, and now I have a very respectable clock that they're going to have a hard time dealing with this. So now if they have a pointed removal spell, I can, you know, cast You See a Guard Approach and maybe protect this Rattle Chains from like a copy of Jeskai Ascendancy. I'm going to Lofty Denial. Oh, yeah. Nope, don't worry. This is exactly why we like to have these discourses, so that we, you know, have a good idea of what's happening here in our matchups. So now they go all the way down to 6, and while this is not lethal, any spirit off the top of our deck is. Unless, of course, it's Selfless Spirit. If they go to cast something big and scary, honestly, there's not much I can do about a Radiant Flames anymore. Okay. I'm still on team give me literally any spirit that I can cast. That's a spirit. That is a spirit I can cast. Woo! Let's go. Alright, so here we want Mystical Disputes. We want Dovin's Vetoes. Cards that we don't necessarily need against them include the 2 mana Curious Obsessions, because we do want to keep up Mystical Disputes. I also don't really want Shacklegeist here. 18 creatures is low, but remember we can protect our creatures pretty easily against this deck. So the more we're able to protect our creatures with like Spell Pierces, You See a Guard Approach, and the additional counter spells we're putting in here, the less likely we are to like die to their actual combo. And playing a 2 mana Staggering Insight is actually kind of a liability against the Magma Spray deck. But yeah. So, but you're definitely right. Like, if they had not revealed Gigantha, I think I would have played a lot more carefully, because, you know, if they're not holding Gigantha as their companion, it's pretty likely that, yes, they could have definitely been a Supreme Verdict deck. But this deck only has access, really, to, like, Radiant Flames and stuff like that. Like, they can't play Anger of the Gods because Gigantha. But Radiant Flames is definitely a good reason to, like, keep Selfless Spirit in, for sure. Boo. Yay. So, clearly this hand needs one more land. But, honestly, I'll shut the fuck up and take this. I've got Mausoleum, Spectral Sailor, Rattle Chains. Is Rattle Chains really the take here? Or do I just pass on Lofty Denial? I think I just pass on Lofty Denial. Yeah. How come you're not playing the new non-flying Vigilant Spirits that's apparently good for Pioneer? That's because this specific list is a Lurrus list. So this specific list I was trying to play Lurrus in. If I were to play just like regular blue-white spirits, then I probably would try to fit in 2 copies of the Guardian of Faith in that same spot where previously I was holding on to card title. Card titles are difficult. I was playing Selfless Spirit, duh. So if I'm not playing Selfless Spirit, then that definitely allows me to play the 2 Guardians in a world where I'm not playing Lurrus. Land me? Land me? Nope. Ugh. This is sketchy as shit. Uh-oh. But we did double mulligan, so I can't complain too much here. So I can hold up Spectral Sailor to cast, and this will also allow me to Spell Pierce a Jeskai Ascendancy if they cast that. Oh, I forgot it was 3 CMC. I just had it in mind as a worse selfless. Yeah, no, you're good, you're good. So that's certainly not a bad question. Like, I think in a world of like Bant Spirits where I am just gonna put in Selfless Spirit, or this thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna increase my clock. I don't think I can worry about racing like their card advantage in a world where, you know, they may or may not even... Mystical Dispute is what they got? Okay, sure. Land me, land me, land me. Damn it. I am going to risk it now because I am fucking dead otherwise. So let's go ahead and draw exactly an untapped land so I can... Thank you! Alright, let's go. So now if they cast a Jeskai Ascendancy, if they want to resolve it, they have to play a land first to dodge around my Spell Pierce. Okay, so they have it. Which sucks, but it's not like I was gonna ever, like, you know, not make them cast their cards if they want to do it like this. So let's see. They do this. And this is where I... Oh, Radiant Flames. That's bad. But honestly, not the end of the world. I'm still going to make them use their Mystical Dispute, but it could be a lot worse. How much mass removal is in Pioneer? Well, that depends on what deck they're playing. So, in a world where most people are just playing, like, blue-black as the primary control deck of the format, then cards like, you know, Selfless Spirit honestly just don't really have much text. Because, like, all of the mass removal that blue-black plays has nothing to do with the words destroy or damage. They usually are playing things like, oh, well, not Sylvan Caryatid, but I will put a clock in play in response to that. So, this still isn't bad, though, because, like, here I get to... Oh, whatever. Give me my card. That's not a bad draw. So, I would love to draw something like a Dovin's Veto rather than a Spell Pierce here, but I will shut up and take what I can get, since I'm down bad right now. Oh, I can play it at instant speed. Cool, cool, cool. That actually helps immensely against something like a Radiant Flame, so that's pretty nice. But to answer your question, mass removal in Pioneer is basically Radiant Flames out of this deck, or... Ugh, yuck. Okay. I can counter a Sylvan whatever off of this, so that's nice. So they can't play the stupid thing where all your lands become reach creatures right now. The problem is that they can... Oh, never mind. I have UC guard. Never mind. I was going to say they can resolve a Chain to the Rocks, but like I don't care because I have this to give hexproof. So far we're okay, but they have 4 cards in hand. That's kind of a lot. If this is just like another opt and they're just kind of fishing, though, I'm pretty good with that. Treasure Cruise. I am much less okay with that. I can't do anything about it, but like, alright. Yeah, unfortunately they had 1 mana, just enough to not worry about Spell Pierce for that. So, that's okay. I mean, not really, but I can't do anything about it, so it's gotta be okay. But blue-black control in Pioneer plays a lot of mass removal that doesn't use Indestructible. So, like, they play Languishes, they play Extinction Event, they play Shadow's Verdict, and Selfless Spirit has no text against any of those things. You will sometimes find decks like the Transmogrify lists when you can still find people playing those. But when you can, they are playing things like Deafening Clarion sometimes, which I think this deck should be playing, but whatever. Because, like, on the off chance that Radiant Flames is, like, not where you want to be, but, like, giving Omnath Lifelink is where you want to be, like, sure. And I understand that you have the interaction sometimes that you can just, oh, I actually will Spell Pierce this. I don't know how important a second one of these is, but I'm going to use my spells while I have access to them. Because honestly, Spell Pierce has next to no other text. If they dispute this... 12-4... Is that really different? I'm going to do this before they untap too, so yeah, I'm going to do it. So my reason for doing that, I don't want them to generate mana when they're casting 1 mana things. If they do this and like Chain to the Rocks, I'll be glad that I left up UC a guard approach, but having a second Jeskai Ascendancy on the table actually does seem pretty scary. I'm hoping that this is not a fucking mystical dispute. Okay, good. And dealing with them drawing 1 card per spell is so much easier than drawing 2. Oh, speaking of which, now I can read it. So yeah. So the reason these decks play Radiant Flames is because they also have Sylvian Caryatid. So there's going to be a lot of scenarios where these pilots will want to specifically have... Oh, hell yeah! I asked for it. Now give me a land so I can also play Selfless Spirit at end of their turn. Nah, not quite. Okay. But, like, sometimes they want to, oh, what am I looking for? Oh, they could just have 2 of the Sylvan thing, and that sucks. If they have 2, I guess I gotta scoop it up to that. But sometimes they'll just want to, like, cast Radiant Flames where X is 2, so that they can kill all of my shit, but not their own Sylvian Caryatids. I actually am mostly okay with that, because I have my clock established already. So it's not a great scenario. I'm at 14. Okay. That means I will still let this slide. So literally the only card I'm going to really worry about here is going to be the... Oh, what the fuck is that card called? Sylvan Awakening? Sylvan Reaching? Whatever the fuck it's called. I don't remember the card name. The thing that makes all their lands indestructible and awesome. Ugh. Another Treasure Cruise? Jesus. Alright, well, these I'm just going to yield to. I can't just yield to all of these? It says cards named Monk. God, can I afford to counter Treasure Cruise? I think the answer is no. I think I actually have to let that resolve. The difference between 2 cards and 5 is clearly a fucking million. But if I do this, and they just resolve the green drop, then I just kind of die on the spot. But if they don't have it in hand already, then I actually have an avenue to win this game. I think I'm going to give myself the avenue to try to win the game. Okay. Alright, sweet. So they just didn't have it. Nice, nice. Now, give me another good counterspell, please. Okay. That's not bad. So now if I draw counterspell plus maybe... Oh! Wait, 1, 2, 3... Never mind, that doesn't do anything. Ugh. I need exactly 1 more damage. I have 6 damage. I have 5 damage there at 6. So this is definitely not pretty. Gotta switch trains. Hope I catch the tail end of the stream. Yeah, I will hopefully see you later. Today I learned 5 minus 2 equals 1,000,000. Yeah, whatever. I'll just take 4 and go to 10. Putting Gigantha in hand. Not casting Gigantha. So now a Curious Obsession or a Spectral Sailor ends the game on the spot. Or, a Curious Obsession or a Supreme Phantom ends the game on the spot. So, fingers crossed for that, I'm hoping. Oh, is that a Magma Spray? I legitimately don't know what they're trying to cast. Oh, a Mystical Dispute. Oh, well, that's fine. The clock didn't change anyway. Do I Lofty Denial that? I think I actually do Lofty Denial that. Oh, if I Lofty Denial and the other card's a Magma Spray, though, then it just really sucks to be me. I think I'm going to play around Magma Spray here. Because either way, 3+2 is not lethal, and I'm depending on a really limited set of draws to make it lethal. So I think I'm just going to continue to give myself the chance to draw cards and keep a 2-turn clock versus definitely not doing anything with this. So I'm just going to let that live. Because this can at least give me an increased chance to draw into like a counterspell or something useful. Because like I have 1 counterspell with Lofty, but honestly they have so much mana that Lofty's not really useful anymore. A Henge-Gate Pathway. That is not what I wanted this game. But they are dead if they cannot kill me this turn. So that's nice. So things that they want to see. I can also tap down 2 of these creatures with the You See a Guard approach too, so that's really important to know. So I can just like nug this. Oh, they just don't have anything. Sick. Let's go. Alright, cool. But what I was going to say is that I can just, you know, tap the Monastery Mentor, tap a Monk token, and then each of those 2 remaining monks has to see 2 supporting spells with Jeskai Ascendancy. Yeah, 2 supporting spells in order to actually, like, do anything. So, sweet. So it looks like a little combination of Counterspell plus Clocks got there. Hell yeah. So that was pretty good, though, because, like, game 1, we got to mulligan based on what we assumed would happen when they revealed their companion, and luckily we called that one right, because I don't think any other deck in the format really plays Gigantha, and we got to mulligan kind of accordingly, and won because we mulliganed accordingly, so that was pretty sweet. And then game 2, just Curious Obsession's a good Magic card. I don't know what to tell you. Curious Obsession rocks. But yeah, Jeskai Ascendancy is a scary fucking Magic card, let me tell you. Yeah, so on to round 2. I wonder if this is going to be the thing where we had to deal with Modern a couple of weeks ago, where there's an okay amount of people playing, but the matches still kind of take forever to queue up. I would like to have this done in the next, not million years, but yeah. Hopefully people are actually showing up to play Pioneer a little faster. But it's also been pretty sweet to just enjoy a format in which Spirits is like kind of an absolute baller right now. Like, just the combination of like flying to get around the other creature decks and counter spells has been really good lately. Is this normal? What do you mean, is this normal? Like the matchup? Oh, do you mean the queue times? The queue times, duh. So the queue times, it is true that it usually takes a lot longer for Pioneer to queue over a format like Modern, because if you look at the number of people playing total in the leagues, there's only 165 people playing Pioneer leagues at all in the world. And if you look at a format like Modern that's a lot bigger, can I see how many people are playing? If I click back here, yeah, here it is. 1,289 total people playing Modern in the world. So let me get rid of the screen too, because I don't need that anymore. But, if there's going to be like 6.5 times as many people playing Modern as Pioneer, it stands to reason that we should expect to wait a lot more often when we're playing Pioneer. So a multi-minute wait is not exactly what I'd like to see, but it's not unreasonable expectation for this format. Everything costs 2 in this hand. And they did not reveal a companion. God, what is this? Oh, that is not good. But a land makes this very good. So I'm going to ship that on the draw. Yeah, that's better. So this hand is just not good. But I don't know that it is mono black aggro. Okay. I think that is the only deck in the format that plays basic Swamp and doesn't reveal a companion. Unless Blue-Black Control doesn't have a companion. Is that a thing? But I think they play enough basic... It is Blue-Black Control. What are we doing? Search for Skenta? Oh, Thing in the Ice. Whoa, look at you go. Alright, well, that's annoying. Alright. Let's see what we can draw. Thing in the Ice. Oh my god. Let's do this. So, if they play just like... Oh, this is bad. Like, we're on the draw, we don't have a 1-mana hexproof thing. So the idea here is that next turn I can ideally go ahead and play a Curious Obsession and protect it with something. So that's kind of the goal here. But honestly, being on the draw with a mulligan against Blue-Black Control and with no 1-mana spells in hand other than Obsession itself right now, like, this ain't it, Chief. But, and then staring down a Thing in the Ice too instead of a bunch of spells. Like, I would much rather their sweepers be things like, just like this, Shadow's Verdicts of the world and not like Thing in the Ice, because like honestly I don't know how I'm gonna beat Thing in the Ice right now. So this is scary, and I don't necessarily think this is a do not be Cry to Carnarium. Oh, discard 2 cards and then exile everything? Yikes. Ew. I guess I pitched Supreme Phantom Glacial Fortress, and that gives myself the best chance to draw a land so that Curious Obsession Denial is live. Oh my god, this is ugly. Are we in Pioneer? We are, in fact, in Pioneer, yep. Give me a land. Okay, cool. So the deck did the thing that I asked it to do. So I'm still going to get to attack. I'm still going to get to Lofty Denial. And the only thing that's a little better than Lofty Denial here might just be like, I don't know, a copy of like Rattle Chains to protect from a spot removal thing. But I will certainly shut up and take this for now, given how bad this draw was. So let's do this. Yes, yield. I will want that later, so I can't complain too much about it, but I don't want it right now. And the fact that Go Blank exiled my freaking graveyard also means that, like, I'm not going to be able to do anything productive with Lurrus just yet. So, Thing of the Ice is going to put things in my hand, and that's annoying. It will kill off my Curious Obsession, which is obnoxious, but, like, you know, let's see what happens. They have 2 more spells to cast for Thing in the Ice to flip. A Mausoleum Wanderer. Okay, that doesn't do much. So let's go ahead and get my attack on here. Hopefully they don't just have 2 more spells. Please don't just have 2 spells. Okay, good. That's actually not even that bad. So now the way this works is if they do flip their Thing in the Ice, Lundy Vision. I'm not countering that. So if they do flip their Thing in the Ice, what's going to happen is I get to Spectral Sailor, Thoughtseize, fuck off. Actually, that's not that bad. I'm complaining. Alright. So they cast Thoughtseize. This trigger goes on a stack here. I let the trigger resolve. I put my Spectral Sailors in play. And if I care, I can counter Thoughtseize. I don't know that I will care about that. Yeah, let's... They're at 11. Shit, I could just let Thoughtseize resolve. That might actually be the play. I think I actually do let this resolve. But first, Spectral A... Spectral B. Now if they try to kill either of these with Thoughtseize on the stack, I can just let that rock. Okay. So they go to 9, which is important. They might have to take Shacklegeist to avoid me locking down the... They did. Okay. So I still have my Lofty, which is important. So I have still a real clock established. I go to 11, so that's 3 turns that I get. And this is by no means free, but it is not nothing. You see a guard approach. That's actively great. Because that means I can tap this down without having to do something silly. So let's attack here first. Get my damage in for sure. Don't you fucking Shark Typhoon. Whatever, opponent. Alright. Alright. That's awful. Alright. Where's this thing? If you're playing Burn with no Skullcrack main and have 4 slots for anti-life gain in the sideboard, would you prefer 2 Vortex, 2 Skullcrack, or 4 copies of Skullcrack? I like the Roiling Vortex, because, like, I do agree that you might not necessarily need life gain in the main deck. Anti-life gain in your main deck, because there's just not much life gain in Modern right now. But Roiling Oh, that's not bad. So let's do this first. So I'm just gonna attack with this Mausoleum Wanderer. If it's another Shark Typhoon, then whatever, we lost. I can deal with that. Okay, it's not. That's good. So here I can leave this up as a blocker. But the plan is going to be to cast You See a Guard Approach. Cling to Dust. Yeah, sure. So in their upkeep, we're going to tap this thing, hopefully. Cool, that went off. Alright, let's go. Another thing in the ice. I actually don't care about that. But I don't think the wave here is going to be to play Rattle Chains. I think I just need to untap and cross my fingers, to be honest. That is, not what I wanted. So, let's go ahead and... Alright. Let's buy Lurrus. So, we're basically hoping that this is a no counterspell deck for some reason. If this is a no counterspell deck, then I have the ability to block here and maybe Rattle Chains does something. Let's just see what happens. This is gonna be really freaking close. Oh, are they just gonna try to flip both? Ew. Well, that's fucking gross. Oh no, they just drew 3 of their 4 ops. So are they just flipping this thing now? Oh, come on, go away. If they're flipping this now, then we can't do anything about that. But if they cast like another 2 mana spell here, I am going to Lofty Denial in the hopes that I can keep them off of a 4th spell. But god, this is ugly. Dig Through Time. Well, I suppose that's a good one to counter. So basically I gotta hope that these last 2 cards are fucking lands or something stupid. Intervention, good enough. Wait. Removes counter. Yeah, never mind, we're dead. Well, that's annoying, but that's okay. So, we have a lot of things to do about that. We have Mystical Disputes. We have Dovin's Vetoes. And we have Portable Holes. Fuck yeah, let's go. So, the Portable Holes, I actually think, you know, they basically turn off the win condition of Thing in the Ice, period, which is also their sweeper. Selfless Spirit, as I said before, has basically no text against blue-black decks. Other cards that I don't necessarily want, I think Lofty Denials are actually cards I do not want, because I get to upgrade strictly like the Portable Hole and Mystical Dispute and Dovin's Veto, so I'm able to deal with their cards a lot more efficiently than Lofty Denial would normally care about, you know. I do still want the other 20 lands. I want the Hexproof. I don't know that I need Spell Pierces. I'll keep in 1 Spell Pierce, but I honestly think it's gonna be medium. Do I just want a Staggering Insight over to Spell Pierce? Maybe. No, I'm going to take a Lofty Denial because we didn't see any kind of companion or anything. So I'm going to give myself 1 Lofty Denial in case they are playing Kalitas. So I do want to leave myself the ability to do something about Kalitas if it comes in. And a Lofty Denial can at least counter it. Yes, it's only a 1-of, but I do have that and a 4 Shacklegeists. So it's not the prettiest thing if their other win con happens to be a Kalitas, but at least I can do something about it like this. So I've got the 3 Mystical Disputes and the 1 Lofty Denial to counter it. Also, this hand is, like, only medium bad. Like, yes, I'm stuck playing the Plains instead of a fucking Fortress on turn 1, which is really obnoxious, but I'll take it. Ugh, yuck. Why couldn't you just be an island? Alright. So I guess I'll just play the Plains and be sad about it. I could have potentially played, like, this tapped in case I drew, like, another island so I could double blue spell. But as of right now, there's not, like, another blue spell I really want to play, so whatever. I'll just shut up and see what I draw. Watch me get punished by, like, drawing a UC Guard Approach or something. Well, that doesn't even punish because I can't cast it. Never mind. I'm just complaining. Alright. Complaining over. Let's draw something good. Oh! Alright, well. So I'm going to play Shacklegeist because that's the creature I care about the least here. Next turn, I can play Wanderer into Supreme Phantom and ideally untap with at least one of those creatures. Or, even more ideally, what happens is they play a Thing in the Ice here so that I can go land, Portable Hole, Mausoleum Wanderer, Curious Obsession. Hell yeah, let's go. Hell fucking yes. Portable Hole, ladies and gentlemen, let's fucking go. Gimme your shit. Oh my god, yes. We are doing the thing. So, I should have played this Mausoleum Wanderer post-combat. Like, I got too happy there. If I draw a Ucia Guard approach, I will feel a little stupid if they have a Fatal Push. Okay, so I didn't have it anyway. But that doesn't mean that what I did was right there. Just because I didn't get punished for it doesn't mean I didn't fuck up. So if this is like a Fatal Push... Okay. Yeah. So they did have the Fatal Push. Luckily, I didn't actually have the Ucia Guard approach, so I'm not being full punished. But that was still just wrong of me to do. So let's go ahead and untap. Maybe see if we can deal them 5 damage with our 2... Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's not bad. So let's see if we can resolve these things. Oh, we're going to get to resolve both? Oh. Are we just clocking the living shit out of them? Okay. So, y'all know what happens here, right? I play all of these things. They play a Kalitas. I can do nothing about it. And then we get absolutely blown out. Is how this is going to work. I'm going to be ultra sad in a couple of seconds. I really hope not, obviously, because I would like to see a game 3 here. But... So, ideally, they're just playing a bunch of blue cards this turn, like, I don't know, Fabled Passage, fetch land into, like, a Dig Through Time, and we draw any other spirit, because that is lethal. Oh my god. Give me a Rattle Chains. Give me Rattle Chains for the draw. A Curious Obsession. Do I want Curious Obsession this turn? I think the answer is actually no. No, that's false. That's false. I'm gonna Curious Obsession here. Wait, that's still lethal. What am I talking about? Right? 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do I just fucking go for it? I think I do just go for it. I'm gonna make them have 2 ways to deal with the Supreme Phantom. Now, if they fucking Legions end me, oh my god. I'm gonna be upset until, like, a century from now. Okay. We are casting a shark... Oh, no, we're cycling a Shark Typhoon. Are you looking for a Mystical Dispute? That's... Oh, they found a Mystical Dispute. This says they definitely found a dispute. Oh no, they got nothing? Well, alright. So they block the 4/6, they take 8, go to 4. I don't draw a card. Or they have the Fatal Push. Alright, well that's annoying because this is probably a sweeper now. Shit. So I think I play around a sweeper and just let them Fatal Push this. They block here, they take 3, they go to 9, and I'm still presenting lethal and a way to do something about a sweeper. So all things considered, not the end of the world, but still not where I want to be. They're just not blocking? What the fuck, opponent? Alright, well, I guess. So if they have like 2 more spot removal spells, then I guess I'm... Thing in the Ice. Okay, sure. That I don't care about. Is that another Thing in the Ice? Are you a Dig Through Time? I'm not countering a Dig Through Time. Do what you gotta do. You got it. So, I have a lot of live draws here, actually. I can draw a Shacklegeist, because that'll give Mausoleum Wanderer a +1. I can use Shacklegeist in 1 Supreme Phantom to tap this and attack for lethal. I can draw a Portable Hole to get rid of the Shark Typhoon token. I can draw a Curious Obsession here, block this. No, that is not lethal. That's still just one. Okay, I was gonna say you definitely can't shock that in. That doesn't do anything for you. So let's untap and draw a Shacklegeist. Henge Pathway, that is not it. So here, I guess I'll just attack them down to 1. Doop, doop, doop. Or 2. Okay, not 1. Sure. But either way, Henge Pathway was definitely not it. So let's do this. Ugh. So, what can I do about this stupid thing in the ice now? Oh, man. Oh, shit! They just packed it up! Well, we take those. Let's go to a game 3. Okay. We take those. So, I'm going to submit the same list back. But while we are looking at that, let me go ahead and pull up the modern meta so that we can talk more about why I said Roiling Vortex for the burn decks. Because we have a few minutes to do that with. So, where is traditional burn? Here it is. So, and I understand that the list that we're looking at, just as a staple, does have, they could have Swift End. They could technically have Swift End, take 2 life, and finish dying. You're not wrong. So I do like that you included the he, which is basically Kappa. Okay, got it. So, yeah. So the important part of looking at this Roiling Vortex is going to be the middle line, actually, where it's, if whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, then this thing deals 5 damage to that player. Hey, Carlos, how you doing? Let me actually finish addressing this point while I go ahead and consider what I'm going to answer you with. So, yeah, so Roiling Vortex, I love this. I think it is way better than Skullcrack, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I think in this sideboard, they're already playing 2 Skullcracks. I would probably play 4 Roiling Vortex before I considered even 1 Skullcrack in the board. The reason for that is when we look at the regular modern metagame, there are a lot of decks that cast spells without paying mana for them, and that's where Roiling Vortex has the ability to shine. So like Hammer Time plays a lot of 0 mana things like Ornithopter, Memnite, and Mishra's Bauble. Urza's Kitchen, also a Mishra's Bauble deck. Rakdos Lurrus, are you a bubble deck? Yes, duh, you're a bubble deck. You have Lurrus. This has Lava Dart. This has Summoning Pact. This just is a 0 mana deck, right? Like, the entire point of this deck is to have Cascade. You have Control, which no text, but the life gain is relevant. Like, they play things like, sometimes like Baneslayer Angel effects, or they play like Timely Reinforcements. You want Footfalls for that. Living End, the entire point of that deck is to play a 0 mana spell. 5-color Elementals plays a lot of 0 mana spells, like all of the Evoke things that y'all saw me play earlier. So, excuse me. Shit, even this deck, the Creativity deck. The entire point of this deck is to play a big-ass 7-mana dragon, but the 7-mana dragon is there to cast your spells for 0 mana. So, the Roiling Vortex, I think, is like the much better sideboard call there, because that ability to nug them for 5 comes up a lot in Modern. Like, there's a lot of just free spells, and you don't really want to look at any of them. We are playing against Blue-Black Control. I think I'm going to keep this. This Dispute, of course, can counter a thing in the ice. The Dovin's Veto can protect us against the removal spell. And Rattle Chains is just, like, not terrible in its own right. So, fingers crossed. So, if we get to, like, I don't know, for some reason, Dispute a thing in the ice right now, untap, Supreme Phantom, or what the fuck? They kept a 1-lander? Opponent! Why are we like... Oh, and we drew the Portable Hole anyway. So, now I have no reason to do anything. I can just wait. So, I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna fucking wait. So, if they're just gonna, like, play a thing in the ice now, I'm not even gonna use the Mystical Dispute. I'm just gonna Portable Hole the thing. Thought sees me. Resolves. And I'm not going to do this end of turn because I want to make sure it has hexproof this entire turn. Next turn, if they took the Portable Hole, so they're going to try to resolve. Oh my god, they kept a 1-lander? Why the... Look at us fucking go. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sure they're mad because I definitely just drew that off the top of the deck. And they know it. Wow. Alright, well, That's what you get for keeping a one-lander, opponent. Give me my card. And we drew another Rattle Chains too, so if this is like a fatal push, oh my god, that's gonna suck. Jesus, opponent, what the hell were you thinking? Oh, they're not thinking. They're letting me untap. Alright, so this is cool because I know I have the other land here. So if they're just going to try to, like, fatal push me in my upkeep, like, I have that covered with Rattle Chains here. Oh, never mind. They're off it. Sick. Wow! Paid actor as fuck. But again, we got to see just how good Portable Hole was, because like we had so many Thing in the Ices covered, and we got bodied by Thing in the Ice in game 1, but like we had that shit handled in 2 and 3 thanks to how good Portable Hole was. And we even see where, say we were playing like last format, where if you had a copy of Isolate, that didn't do shit, but we instead got to have Portable Hole, and that took us from a matchup where we are straight up 0% to solve that stupid Thing in the Ice to we automatically have this thing handled. Rodeo-san, what up? So let's take a look at the modern meta so that I can talk with y'all a little about Spirits' place in the modern meta, which was Carlos's question. So I think, unfortunately, that honestly, like, Spirits is just not great in Modern right now, which really sucks because I love the deck. And to be fair, it's not like, you know, we're 0% to win against everything, but, like, I do think that we're just not in a great place. So, Hammer Time is just, like, really fast, and we can beat Hammer Time because we have Skyclave Apparition to get rid of the Colossus Hammers, we have Chalice of the Void to help protect against all of the 0 and 1 mana spells, so we totally can play a lot against them. And it's true that, honestly, without Giver of Runes, Hammer Time's ability to beat Shacklegeist is basically 0. So we do have a lot of game against that deck, but they are so fast that when they're on the play, most of that shit just doesn't matter. The upside too is that now we actually do have a 1 mana solution to all of their shit in playing Portable Hole, which we just got to see shine a little bit in this last matchup. If you're playing Portable Hole instead of, like, say, Prismatic Ending in your blue-white list, that gives you a 1 mana answer to the same Colossus Hammers and Sigarda's Aids and stuff like that. But also for 1 mana rather than 2, you get to also clean up their 2 mana things. So cleaning up cards like Stoneforge Mystic, which, not the best, but still a thing. You get to clean up Cranial Plating, you get to clean up Pure Steel Paladin for 1 mana with Portable Hole instead of 2 mana like Prismatic Ending has to. And as we all know, the difference between 1 mana and 2 mana is fucking huge. So good times all around when you're playing Portable Hole. Izzet Tempo and Blitz are both a lot harder for us to deal with. Not only do both decks play a giant flyer that we have a really hard time with in either Murktide Regent or Stormwing Entity, but also they just play like a lot of cheap hyper-efficient removal spells that usually cost less than our ways to answer them. So like when the decks were just playing Lightning Bolt, it wasn't that bad to deal with, like we didn't really give a shit. But now that they have Lightning Bolt and Unholy Heat for this deck, or Lightning Bolt and Lava Dart for this deck, either way it's a little hard to deal with. The upside against both of those decks though is that a Chalice on 1 usually ends the game against both of these decks. So we do have ways to beat them, and for the most part we're playing 4x Chalice of the Void in our Spirit sideboards, but it is definitely a thing to note that, you know, they also play cards like a Braid to help get around it, so it's not just win the game on the spot, but it's pretty close. Ending is more definitive. There are a lot of spells that can destroy or exile Portable Hole. True, and that's the trade-off that you have. So when you're playing against, you know, Hammer Time or Izzet Tempo, the upside to playing against those decks is that for the most part, they don't really have things that are killing artifacts, and they are not stuck holding to deal with Chalice of the Void. So in the event that they're playing like Hammer Time can also play cards like Portable Hole, but Portable Hole costs 1 and our Chalice is usually on 1, so like that's kind of a non-point, and they don't really play any other artifact destruction or anything like that. They technically can start sideboarding into cards like Lin and Relic Warder, but I don't think they're getting there anytime soon. As far as Izzet Tempo, the closest thing they can really do is go ahead and, I guess, abrade our copy of Portable Hole to, like, free their Darcy. But if they're using Abrade on our Portable Hole, that means that they're... No, they cannot. Urza Saga, the way that Saga works, is that the card has to literally have the number 0 or the number 1 as its converted mana cost. A card like Portable Hole has a mana value of 1, but its mana cost is specifically white, which is not a literal 0 or a literal 1. Unfortunately, that does mean that Urza Saga does not get Portable Hole. It also doesn't get anything like Engineered Explosives. It has to literally be the number 0 or the number 1, and nothing else counts. So we talked about Blitz, we talked about Tempo. Urza's Kitchen, I think we are actually fine with for the most part. So not only are we playing blue, so if you really care about this matchup, you can sideboard your way into cards like Mystical Dispute to help play around Urza and Emery and Thought Monitor. But more likely to be relevant, we have access to the color white, which gives us access to cards like Stony Silence. It gives us access to Kataki, and Kataki's a spirit. It also, if you're playing Bant, gives you access to No, it's okay. Actually, this is why I like it when you guys ask questions, because asking questions gives us the ability to help clear these things up. So I would rather that you ask me these questions, and yeah, so I'm actually glad that you're asking me questions in these chats so that we can have this whole talk, rather than you not knowing and you playing a game and maybe getting like a disqualification from a tournament because somebody thinks you're cheating. Hey, you're back. All right. Still a bit more. Yeah. So we are 2-0 in the Pioneer stream. We're simply talking about Spirits' place in the meta, but after this, we are still going to play the other 3 rounds of Pioneer. So there is quite a bit more stream today. Yes. But yes, Urza Saga does have that restriction. And I'll even pull the card up so that we can go over it. Can't type. Typing is hard. So Urza Saga. Here we go. So Urza Saga is very specific. It is search your library for an artifact card with mana cost 0 or 1, and then you put it onto the battlefield. But it says mana cost and not mana value, and I understand that it's a little nitpicky, but like Magic is really nitpicky. It matters a lot whether something is 0 or 1 or whether it costs like white. But that also provides us with a bunch of upsides too. So like you don't get to get a bunch of other weird artifacts that have, for example, Lurrus Synergy. Like a big one that you do not have the ability to get is Executioner's Capsule. So it costs 1, and it costs 1 and a black to like kill a creature. So Urza Saga doesn't get to like search for this and then just like let you Lurrus so that you can repeatedly kill your opponent's creatures. Like that machine gun thing doesn't work, because it does very specifically need to be 0 or 1. And that's why a lot of those decks that you'll see out there, even when they're playing off colors, are not playing cards like Executioner's Capsule in the event of Urza Saga decks, and they're not playing cards like Portable Hole because Saga can't look for them. So that's why if you look at all of those like decks from people like Doomwake, Aspiring Spikes, etc., that they are only playing the artifacts that are colorless, because you can't get colored artifacts with it. That's also why most of these decks, other than Hammer Time, aren't playing like a one of Esper Sentinel against control decks, because this doesn't get it. Correct. So it does not get X cards. So I think most of y'all already knew that it doesn't get Engineered Explosives, but that is a very good reason why this doesn't get Engineered Explosives. Because Engineered Explosives cost in your deck is a 0. It counts as a 0 converted mana cost card. But it does not literally have a 0 or a 1, it has double X. So you can't fetch it with this. So that's a lot of why, like, you can cast an Engineered Explosives with Lurrus because its CMC is 0, but it does not literally have a 0 or a 1, which is why Urza Saga can't get it. So again, that is very nitpicky as far as scenarios goes, but it's important to know that these things are very different. So if you're playing with an Urza Saga deck, or you're playing against a Saga deck and you want to know what to play around, that's another I hope that was a good enough explanation to get y'all to either point, whether you're playing with or against the Saga. So that land is so stupid. I'm surprised the card isn't the most played land in Modern right now. It's not? Is it really not? Where's the thing where you see what cards are most played? Aha, popular cards. Is it really not? Modern, top lands, blah blah basics. Oh, Steam Vents and then fetches. Sure. That makes sense. Is it the highest land that is not a basic or a fetch? It is definitely, okay. It is definitely the most played land that is not a basic or a fetch. So I'm not surprised. Yeah. But other than the basics and the fetches, which 100% should be played more than Saga, it is definitely the most played land that is not a basic or a fetch. But yeah, but Basic Island and Basic Mountain are definitely 1 and 2, which makes a lot of sense. Like, the best decks are playing Island and Mountain in Blitz and Blue-Red Tempo, and yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Like, Islands, Mountains, Islands and Mountains, Mountains, Urza Saga, Island and Mountain? Question mark? Islands, no mountain, okay. Islands, Island and 1 mountain? Island, no mountain, okay. Neither. But yeah, lots of islands and mountains. It makes sense. With mana value 0, it would basically be a ramp spell for a turn because it could tutor for Darksteel Citadel. That's a good point. No, it cannot tutor for Darksteel Citadel. That is a good point. Basically, Pithing Needle, yep. Mishra's Bauble, Shadow Spear, Tormod's Crypt is what folks normally get. Of course, Amulet and Expedition Map, yeah. Like, a lot of different decks have a lot of tools they can get. Like, this deck, for example, Hammer Time, you can get Colossus Hammer, which is the primary win con, which is why this deck is fucking winning so much. But, like, you also get the Pithing Needle, which this deck is playing in the main, and Mishra's Bauble. Also, Springleaf Drum is another good one. Dre, what win percentage do you think signals that you have a good handle on a deck, or even approaching mastery, so I can decide what deck to bring in an opened or blind meta to increase my EV? Got it. So, I would say that realistically, if you're playing in online leagues, which are hard as shit, like, your average 5-match league is honestly a lot harder than your average FNM. If you have better than a 50% win rate with a deck in your leagues, play that fucking deck. Like, getting a 50% win rate in your leagues is actually nowhere near as easy as, honestly, like, yeah, sure, we 5-0 today and we're 2-0 right now, but, like, getting a 50% win rate is nowhere near as easy as it looks when you're watching, like, some of us streamers play. Like, it's actually pretty freaking difficult. Like, and this is a point that somebody else made over the last, like, month or so. I don't remember who made the point, but I remember it came up in conversation where the best players in the world, like LSV in them, are only working with, like, 62 and 63% win rates across all of Magic. So if you're approaching, like, 50% with your decks, I actually think you're doing pretty good, especially if you're playing in relatively hard events. Like, if you're playing in online Moto leagues, which are relatively difficult, if you're playing, like, in the Modern challenges, all of those bigger events, if you're getting a win rate of, like, 50% or better, I would say you're doing pretty damn good. So yeah, that's gonna be my input on that. And remember also that, like, if you're having, like, say, a 50% win rate, but you've only playing, like, twice a week, like, say I am, for example, then honestly, like, remember that sample size is also, like, not really big enough to necessarily be conclusive data. But also, like, I know you said you can decide what deck to play. Does that mean that you're, like, not working with a budget, or are you talking about online where you can use a service like Mana Traders like I do? So what's your situation there as far as that's concerned? Not gonna lie, I think it's funny how much Heliod Company has fallen from grace, right? So, like, there's a lot of decks that are either faster than Heliod, like Hammer Time, or they can just interrupt the Spike Feeder, like either these decks can very easily. It's really funny. Also, Urza Saga fetching a Pithing Needle is such big game against Heliod that it's actually kind of hilarious. So it's really funny that, yeah, Heliod is like super fallen from grace. Like, it's not even like close to the top 10 anymore. Like, it's not even in top 15 of decks right now. Like, it's just not, it's not the wave anymore. But let's go back to Spirits here. But then we start to find a lot of matchups that are still pretty good to reasonable for us. So we have Rakdos Lurrus, which does have a lot of really good and cheap removal, but realistically, like, a lot of the spot removal, the ones that are not named like Lava Dart and stuff, they can still lose the Rattle Chains pretty easily. Amulet Titan is pretty annoying, but honestly, Primeval Titan's always been really annoying for us. The upside to fighting against Titan is that I know most of y'all have not, but I have been playing Subtlety in my blue-white sideboard, and Subtlety has helped a lot against resolving Titan, especially when they're like on a turn where, say, they're trying to like turn to you, and they go to like Summoner's Pact for a Primeval Titan. Subtlety wins the game on the spot in that scenario, and it feels so good. I have gotten to do that a few times. It feels really nice. Excuse me. But like, the Rhino deck doesn't really like to fight down Chalice of the Void, and also Crashing Footfalls, like, that card doesn't even like to look at Mausoleum Wanderer. So like, we actually do pretty well against Rhinos, and the same thing goes for Living End, except Living End actually hates us even more, because like, if we want to play against the graveyard, instead of playing cards like Sanctifier, we can instead play cards like Remorseful Cleric, which just like beat the card Living End by itself. But also Mausoleum Wanderer to make sure it doesn't resolve. Spell Queller does the same. We have Chalice of the Void. Living End actually has a pretty miserable time against us. Control, just as miserable as ever against us. Between Cavern of Souls, Aether Vial, they just don't have a good time. They do have access to Prismatic Ending for Aether Vial, but like, we're still pretty favored there. Elementals is honestly like not even as bad as you think it would be. Like, yes, they have 0 mana removal spells, but remembering that every single time they do that, they're 2-for-1ing themselves. And that is assuming that we don't have a Rattle Chains or an Instant Speed Drog Skull Captain. So if we make it to like turn 3 and 4, and we just hold on to our creatures, their 0 mana removal still really doesn't mean shit, because just you can respond with the Rattle Chains, protect whatever you're doing, and it still just kind of sucks to be them a lot of the time. The only downside is that 5-color Elementals can just play an Endurance as a 3-4, and a 3-4 with Reach is still pretty big against us, so like, that's annoying. Most Rakdos Lurrus I've seen don't play Lava Dart. Exactly, that's why Rakdos Lurrus is relatively easy for us, where where Blitz is pretty hard, because this deck does play Lava Dart, and this deck does not. So we're nowhere near as annoyed by Rakdos Lurrus as we are by Blue-Red Blitz. Stoneblade's a little annoying, but honestly, like, the cards Batterskull and Cauldron Complete can just lose to Shacklegeist, and like, that's pretty sweet for us. Also Portable Hole. Ragavan's still a pain. Honestly, yes and no. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Ragavan is still just a really good Magic card, right? Like, it is very solid when it hits, but remember, like, Lava Dart, against the decks that don't play Lava Dart, Ragavan trades with Spectral Sailor. Okay. Like, we just put in a Spectral Sailor, and that just beats their Flash Ragavan. Sucks to be them. And like, they feel so embarrassed when they're stuck using an Unholy Heat on a Spectral Sailor, but sometimes that is what they'll have to do to protect the Ragavan, and that just adds up for us so much, because that means they're not using Unholy Heat on like our, you know, Supreme Phantoms, our Mausoleum Wanderers, Drog Skull Captains, all of those. So I'm a pretty big fan of that matchup most of the time, because like, you know, say turn 2 they dash in a Ragavan, we tap our Aether Vial that's on 1, and we put in a fucking Spectral Sailor to block it. Like, their whole day sucks. Yeah, exactly, it trades about 90% of our deck, which, don't get me wrong, that's fine, but also that just means it's another removal spell. Yeah, like, we're used to fighting removal spells, so what? So like, it's kind of what it is. Also, remember that we have Moorland Haunt, so if we actually like find a Moorland Haunt, the likelihood of them connecting with a Ragavan just instantly goes to near zero. It's so strong against them. Scape Shift is not good against us. Neither is Indomitable Creativity, and neither is Humans. Enchantress is fine against us, honestly, but, like, unless they have their Sterling Grove lock on a table, it's not even bad for us, because, like, we have the Portable Holes / Prismatic Ending, but I'm still a fan of Portable Hole, to lock out their 2-mana draw spells, lock out their, card. I guess Utopia Sprawl if you really want to, but like it stops Sterling Grove from granting protection, and if they don't have a mana up, it also stops it from being Enlightened Tutor. It stops their is that card named Scythus, the draw spell that costs 2 and is a 1/2 creature? Like, it gets rid of that, and then Skycleave Apparition will get rid of cards like Solitary Confinement and like Greater Oromancy and everything else that they use to protect their enchantments. So like the combination of Portable Hole and Skycleave Apparition looks pretty good against Enchantress, so we have a lot of ways to just naturally deal with what they're already trying to do. And when you consider the fact that we get to play cards like Force and Negation, it's pretty hard for them to lock us out of a game. So Spirits is certainly not bad, and you can definitely win a lot of games, but my problem is that it does have real... Yes, I love Portable Hole right now. I think Portable Hole is honestly like way better for us than Prismatic Ending, because don't get me wrong, Prismatic Ending can hit a lot more stuff, and exiling is better than having it tucked under an artifact, yes, but the 1 mana is so important for us as a tempo deck that I think I think I'm gonna be on the Portable Hole for a pretty long time when considering the world of blue-white. When you're playing Bant, Prismatic Ending is probably a little better, because as a 3-color deck, the exact interaction of Prismatic Ending on either Lurrus or Ensnaring Bridge is probably big enough for you to want to play Prismatic Ending in Bant. But in blue-white, I think I would stick with Portable Hole, because 1 mana is so much more important than 2. Would you replace Force of Negation with Dovin's Veto or Unified Will? I'm going to say that, assuming we're talking about budget and we're talking about blue-white, I would probably say Unified Will, because, like... Ooh, actually, let me double think about that. No, still Unified Will. So, yes, Unified Will can be countered by another counterspell, of course. But most of the cards that we are actually currently worried about in the format are creatures. Like, non-creature spells... Don't get me wrong, Force and Negation is still useful, so I'm still playing too. But most of the things that, you know, where Portable Hole doesn't work with Chalice, is that a problem for red decks? Yes and no. It's one of those nombos that I've just accepted that I'm going to have happen sometimes. So I would say that I'm still going to just side in both cards against the prowess decks and the blitz decks and stuff like that, knowing that there is a non-bow. And if I have a resolved Chalice, then okay, fine. That usually ends the game against the tempo deck and the blitz deck. If I have a Portable Hole resolve against either deck, and they don't have enough of an offense going by the time we get set up with, like, say, a turn 3 good interaction of, like, Draw Skull Captain plus Violent Phantasmal Image or something like that, then the fact that we got to Portable Hole something is still really cool. So I do like the fact that both cards help solve the same problem, even if it's a non-bow. I played 2 Force and Negation and 2 Disdainful Strokes. Disdainful Strokes, not bad. It does solve a lot of problems, but I think Unified Will is going to be a little better at that job right now than Disdainful Stroke, because so many decks are really low to the ground that Disdainful Stroke is not guaranteed to hit anything in a lot of matchups. But playing Unified Will definitely does a lot of work against the matchups where you would normally want Force and Negation. And Dovin's Veto can sometimes just be really hard to cast, because, like, needing specifically white-blue when you're playing cards like, I don't know, say, like, Horizon Canopy, or you're playing cards like Cavern of Souls, you're not necessarily guaranteed to have... Well, I guess Horizon Canopy is not a point. But I guess Cavernous Souls and Moorland Haunt is a point, though. So if you have, like, Island Cavernous Souls, you keep that hand against everything all day, but if you draw a Dovin's Veto, that shit is uncastable. But if you draw a Unified Will, you can totally cast that against almost every deck. So, and Unified Will just hits so much stuff anyway. Pretty mad that I've got to play Phantasmal again right now. I mean, I understand where you're coming from there. I usually don't like Phantasmal. And honestly, like in my own Spirits build, I'm currently playing Glasspool Mimic because I've made it pretty well known that I don't like Phantasmal Image, but it is good. Like, I've got to go. See you next time. Okay, cool. I will speak with you at a later time. So, I am playing Glasspool Mimic right now because I don't like Phantasmal Image, but that does not mean Phantasmal Image is bad. I think Phantasmal Image is pretty damn good right now. So, if I'm being smart, then I will just move these 3 spots over to being Phantasmal Image, and the deck will look a lot more like this, because the interaction of, you know, turn 3 cast Drogskull Captain, Violin, a Phantasmal Image copying Drogskull Captain, like, that's a pretty big game against a lot of the decks, especially since the format's really removal heavy. I mean, there aren't even any Worm Coils that I can cast for 2 right now. Hey, we played against one today. I played against a Tron today that had a Worm Coil engine. So I don't know whether the deck's coming back or whatever the deal is, but it came up, okay? Like, it was a thing that came up in the universe. So maybe you will get to do that again. But that's going to be a lot of what I think about the modern meta. I think that we can definitely get some wins, but it is an uphill battle. So I don't remember which one of y'all said it, but somebody did say, like, you know, no free wins for this deck. There are definitely no free wins for Spirits. That is 100% true. But we can still win games. That, of course, makes me happy. And we're going to jump back in Pioneer so that hopefully we can continue winning games. Yes, there are. Yeah! Yeah, sometimes you actually find the Tron opponent, and if I had a Phantasmal Image, let me tell you, I 100% would have copied that Worm Coil engine. Oh, that's real. Triple Wanderer on turn 2, and then a Supreme Phantom on turn 3. That is definitely a free win against a lot of decks. That is such a good line, because you're just like, alright, here's 1 damage, here's 3 damage, here's 100 damage, and you can't cast spells against me because all of my cards are named Mausoleum Wanderer. Go. Like, it's... There are not a lot of decks that like to look at that. Ad nauseum free win. It's definitely one of the easier matchups for sure. Like, Ad nauseum is one of the matchups that feels really good every time we play against it, no matter what iteration they're having. Alright, so we don't have the die roll against Arion, but we're going to get to reveal our friend Lurrus here. See if they reveal somebody. They revealed a Yorion, which makes me think that this hand is actually not good. Yorion usually... Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Yorion usually means like a Niv Mizzet build, and against those, I am not particularly upset at having Mausoleum Curious Obsession. Ooh, with a Spell Pierce up. Let's fucking go. So, if this exact draw here doesn't involve them killing Mausoleum Wanderer, then I'm gonna get to... It's dead. Okay, fine. I was gonna say, then I'm gonna get to protect my Wanderer with... Actually... Oh, I can't do that yet. I am gonna cast this? Yes, I am. Treefolk Tribal? Jesus Christ. I have not seen a Treefolk Tribal deck, and I legitimately can't even tell you how long. Yorion in hand? Yorion in hand. Woo. Ooh, let's go. Drew the land. So now I've got Lofted Nile and Spell Pierce and Rattle Chains plus whatever I draw here. Let's fucking go. Magic the Gathering. And we drew a land so that we can double spell next turn. I'm about this. Last tournament, I had to play against Mono Green Spirits? What the hell? I am, I don't know whether I'm interested in that or not. What is happening? Mono green spirits? Double planes, huh? This is what we're doing? Okay. What the fuck is mono green spirits? I challenge you to play this list in spirit ad nauseum. I don't want to play ad nauseum. I definitely do not want to play ad nauseum. I mean, don't get me wrong. Ad nauseum I actually don't think is a bad deck. Like, it's got a lot of matchups that Angel's Grace is just very, very good against. But I will not lie to you and tell you I ever actually want to play. Is this casting Yorion? It is. Well, fuck that plan. Sorry, opponent. And I'm definitely not casting Rattle Chains here. I'm just... Are they scooping? Okay. I'm not casting Rattle Chains. I'll just... Oh, hell yeah. Not ad nauseum. I want to see this Pioneer list in Modern. I think I would also pass on that. But let's buy Lurrus here. So... oh my god. But no, I do not think I'll be doing that. Are they just casting another Yorion? They are casting another Yorion. Okay. Well, I have another counterspell, so let's go. So if this is like land fatal push, I guess I'll be sad about that. But, oh well. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I'm like, oh, don't actually make me sad. Come on, opponent. Let me live here. So I can cast Lurrus. Cast this Wanderer now that I have Rattle Chain still up here. And do this. Realistically, I should have, like, let myself draw a card first, but whatever. I want my nice things. So here I can counter a Bring to Light with the combination of Mausoleum Wanderer and Spell Pierce. If this is a third copy of Yorion, then I have Shacklegeist to tap it down with, so, like, that's not even that bad anymore. Scarab God! Oh, shit, that's cool. Alright, well, I can't do anything about that, so... I guess it means that I'm not going to get to... Oh, wow. I'm still not playing Rattle Chains, though. So, Staggering Insight, that's actually pretty good. So, let's do that. 1, 2. I want to play this pre-combat. The answer is yes. Which means that I won't be attacking with Mausoleum Wanderer. No, this one I'm going to see what I draw. So I'm going to do this, draw 2, which is clearly super nice. Okay. Give me the loot, give me the loot. I am going to cast a Shacklegeist here. Yeah. So this way, if they try to Yorion now, I can tap Yorion with Shacklegeist EOT, untap, resume attacking. If they cast like a big-ass sweeper or something with this mana, then I'm not dissatisfied by that either. Oath of Kaya. So that'll give me Rattle Chain, so I'm okay with that. And they also notably cannot kill... oh, they're killing Shacklegeist. Well, my answer to that is no, you're not. But... is this a counterspell of some sort? I highly doubt it. These decks usually don't play counterspells. They're on the brink of scooping. One more counterspell and the game is over, right? So I hope this is like effectively a counterspell against their whatever. Yeah, they're definitely like probably on the brink of scooping right now. Mono Green Spirits is something ramp plus Coco plus Soul Shift. Holy shit, Soul Shift is bad. Oh yeah, I just realized again how bad this keyword is. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it doesn't. You can't Soul Shift onto the battlefield. You Soul Shift on the table. It's really bad. Okay, so they are gonna Yorion. Yorion is going to give them Oath of Kaya. Oath of Kaya can rebuy its way into, I don't know, killing something. So I guess that's fine. I can't do anything about that part of things. But what I can do is use the Rattle Chains to protect Shacklegeist against the first iteration of... yeah. against the first iteration of that, and then you Shackle Geist to tap here. So tap, tap. So, like, that's fine. And they are going to get it off once, but that's, I believe, not going to be enough to save them. I guess they can... What do you even... Oath of Kaya? Rattle Chains. Sure. Resolves. No, I'm attack for 100. So it's basically some really bad combo decks that pumps out 10 lands in 4 turns, and then turns them all into 3/3 thingies that can attack on the ground. I'll be honest, that does sound bad. Sorry. Alright, so they have 100 Yorians in their deck, so Mystical Disputes are pretty good. Portable Hole I don't want, Devout Decree I don't want, but I think I actually do want Dovin's Veto. Selfless Spirit I don't think I want. If they're going to be Bring to Lighting, they're probably going to be casting Bring to Light for Shadow's Verdict anyway. Staggering Insight I don't necessarily want here, even though it looked okay there. Cards I don't want include... I guess the other 2 Shacklegeist. I do like this against things like Oath of Kaya. The Spell Pierce also feels pretty good. Yeah, alright, I'm good with this. My god. What the f... That sounds so bad. I'm sorry, I'm looking at your description of that deck again, and, yeah. Soul Shift is not a good keyword. Like, Soul Shift is basically tailor-made to put spirits into your hand from the graveyard, and we're playing nothing but spirits, and not one card with Soul Shift is remotely playable. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh my god. This hand is bad. Oh, good, my opponent mulliganed. Now I feel bad, or now I feel better about mulliganing this. All right, well, this is actually fine. So I'm gonna pitch one of our 3 basic islands here. And it's obviously not ideal to only have 2 drops here, but I'll shut up and keep this, I guess. So let's see what we have to deal with. So they are going to get a little bit ahead of us if they have something like, say, a Sylvian Caryatid, which, whatever, if that's what they have, it's what they have. But I am going to be a fan of, like, having specifically Rattle Chains to help protect stuff, too. That feels pretty nice. And I will just chill. I think I'll just chill. So, if they do something next turn, like play a copy of, or like put Yorian in hand, for example, this turn, like they did last game, then I'll just flash in Rattle Chains again. Okay, they didn't. So, they learned. But let's go ahead, untap here, and I will play the first Supreme Phantom. I have access to Spell Pierce and you see a guard approach, so, like, this isn't that bad. I'm obviously not a fan of having them do, like, removal spell into something big, but if this end of turn is basically nothing and they untap... Oh, just let me just untap. What the fuck are you doing? Prismari Command. Draw 2, drop 2, treasure token? I think I'm okay with that. So, if they make a treasure token here, and their play is going to be, like, treasure token, untap, Yorian, I still have the Mystical Dispute to play around that. And then I can untap with 3 mana. And that way I can protect with, I don't know, like, Rattle Chains plus something. So, like, this feels okay still. They're just putting Yorian in hand. Okay. I'm okay with that. Can we buy a Curious? No. But that's still not bad. So now I can, like, Dispute plus play a Clock, or Spectral Sailor plus Protect. It's just any 2 things here feels like it'll work pretty well as far as establishing a real clock. At least I learned that there actually exists a spirit that enters the battlefield, draws a card, even though it's terra bad. Haru Ona. I am definitely going to look up Haru Ona. So here I can at least cast my Spectral Sailor, and that is the start to developing a... Holy shit, that is bad. So it is a 4 mana 2/1 ground pounder that whenever you play a spirit spell, you can bounce her to your hand. That is fucking bad. I have no nice things to say about that card. And this actually feels pretty good now that we got our 4th mana here, because I can Spell Pierce and you see a guard approach and Rattle Chains if shit gets real. So having access to 3 different ways to protect our shit seems pretty sweet. Now, I think I'm gonna Rattle Chains here. No, I want to tie up the least amount of mana possible, so I'm gonna just give this thing hexproof. And if they, like, fight over killing a Spectral Sailor, I will just let them. So if I can get, like, another Fatal Push on the same Spectral Sailor, yeah, you got it. So, hopefully, this tells them that I don't have a Rattle Chains in hand, and they actually try to participate against the Supreme Phantom, which I am much more interested in protecting. And there's Kodama of the South Tree, proving that trample was a keyword. Ew. That sounds so bad. Sick. Alright, let's go. So now that we've countered that, I can play this as a white land, and this will give us access to Lurrus later. But what I want to do now is Supreme Phantom first. So again, this tells them that I probably don't have like a Rattle Chains or something, but we know I have Rattle Chains plus Spell Pierce. If they are holding another Yorion in hand, yes, that sucks, but I can't do anything about that, so I'm going to play as if that's not the case. I obviously hope that's not the case. No, stop it. Oh, man. Oh. Alright, well, that's fine. So let's see if that's not a Mystical Dispute. I hope it's not. Don't be a fucking... Yeah, not a dispute. Alright, let's go. Untap, draw something nice. That is not something nice, so I will just attack for 4, buy Lurrus, and then we'll get to pass the turn. So this isn't even that bad for us, really. So, like, another giant play here is not great. No! Why would you do the one that exiles my Spectral Sailor? I was gonna use that. Alright, whatever. So, I guess EOTL flash into Rattle Chains after all. God damn it. I was using those. Oh my god, are we doing it? Yo, look at that top deck. Alright. I hope we're doing it. Oh, let's fucking go. Yes and yield. Give me a counterspell. That's not bad. I'll take that. So here, if they have like a spot removal spell, like another Fatal Push, or I don't know, an Abrupt Decay or something silly, we can protect it with our Rattle Chains and just kind of start going from there again. Also important, they're at 9, so we might just like get there over the course of the next turn or two. If this is another fucking Shadow's Verdict, though, I'm gonna be sad. But Dreadbore, all right, Rattle Chains, let's go. So actually worked pretty pleasing, thank you. All right. So if this is like land Shadow's Verdict, then you fucking got me, opponent. But like, what's this? Oh, Omnath. Okay. Omnath sucks, but I can't do anything about it, so I just... Oh, they're using the mana. What are you doing with 4 mana? Oh, 5 mana. Right. Oh no, don't bring to light for another Shadow's Verdict. Come on, go away. No! Oh, that's gonna suck so bad. Alright. Oh, Niv Mizzet. That's annoying too, but I can... Ugh, Rattle Chains. That's not what I wanted. Shit. Oh, that's bad. What did I get? They got Trophy, Dreadbore, Trophy and Dreadbore. Okay. So their hand is Trophy, Dreadbore, X, but like there's not really much point to me playing Lurrus here, because I can't protect it with the Rattle Chains, but I can protect one of my spirits with Rattle Chains. So I think what I'm going to do here is let the Curious Obsession fall off, and I assume they will use Dreadbore on one of my spirits. I can protect it with the third Rattle Chains, let them attack with Niv Mizzet, untap. Lurrus will get me, that's fine, I take 10. Lurrus can, in theory, get me the Curious Obsession back, and then I can start going from there. So I actually kind of hope that's how this lines up. Do I have a shackle? No, I don't have a shackle. My graveyard is just you see a guard, dispute, a spell pierce, and a Curious Obsession. Because remember the earlier copy of Shadow's Verdict? It exiles all the shit in the graveyard too. So all of this cool stuff that I had earlier, I do not have access to because they were all exiled. Was that a fucking Overwatch noise in this? It was. Oh yeah, it's called Break It Down Overwatch Remix. That's hilarious. So here I'm gonna just untap. A Dovin's Veto, a little late, but I can deal. So this is actually fine though. So I can Curious Obsession one of these, protect it with the other Rattle Chains. Lifelink can, in theory, block. Assassin's Trophy, sure. So here's where I get to do this. Protect my friendo. A Mystical Dispute! Oh, fuck you, that was the last card? Oh my god, no! My nefarious plans. I guess I'll go get an island, but, oh man! That sucks. Shit. Ruh-roh Raggy. Oh, man. Veto be like I told you so. I mean, you got me. I guess I should have vetoed instead of Rattle Chains. Yeah. Oh, man. I mean, to be fair, in retrospect, I would have made the same play again because I knew that I was going to want the blocker that Rattle Chains would have been. But, like, I guess I got. Fuck it. I'll just go to game 3. So, oh, man, that sucked. Well, let's run it back. Not gonna lie, why wouldn't you rattle? Yeah, because, like, I knew they were attacking for 10, so, like, I want the blocker. We know they had the Dreadbore, so giving myself the ability to put an additional blocker in play, I mean, that was pretty big. That was kind of the entire point. But, fuck it, they had to dispute. What can you do? Oh my god, that was rough. But we get to be on a play for this game 3, which is pretty sick. And hopefully this time we can just keep 7 fucking cards. Like, that would be really nice. What is happening with this song? Alright. I mean, whatever. There's like a minute and a half left, so I'll just finish it out. But, yeah, I wasn't ready. Alright, so here we're going to play first. We're going to reveal our friendo Lurrus. And keep 7 cards. Let's keep 7 cards, deck. Is Cavern? Hell no. Cavern is definitely not Pioneer legal. No. Cavern, god, I fucking wish. No, Avacyn Restored is like just outside of the realm of sets that Pioneer has access to. So this is actually pretty good. So the basic plane sucks because I specifically want to protect this Wanderer on this Curious Obsession with the other Wanderer. So I'm still going to keep this, but I really hope I draw a blue land. Yeah, these 2 basic planes have kind of sucked, but they're necessary for cards like this. So I'm still going to play as if the deck is going to give me a blue land here, because I clearly hope for that to be true. Blue land? Nope. Ugh. I think I'm just going to draw the card and hope it gives me a blue land anyway. I think that's better than developing Shacklegeist. Yeah, fuck it. Let's draw blue land. And if I waste a mana, I waste a mana. I'd rather not waste a mana. Blue land! Let's go! Alright, sick. So I can't protect from exactly Fatal Push, but I can protect from almost anything else. Okay, it's a Caryatid anyway. I can't do anything about a Caryatid. That's whatever. So here I'm going to play a Mausoleum Wanderer holding up Dovin's Veto and Mystical Dispute. Also, this is like a hell of a clock if I end up drawing a Supreme Phantom for next turn. So, like, let's go. Another Obsession too? Let's fucking go. Also, I like the song that came up for this, because hell yeah, we are fucking running. Let's fucking go. Oh, and I have a hexproof thing, which means I would actually want to stack everything on one of these if I have a Ucia Guard approach, because the hexproof is more important when everything's all stacked up on one. I like that a lot. I Spy with my little eye next to free win. I'm hoping, yeah. Like, I'm clearly glad that this is going to work out like this. So, a Prismari command. Do I want the hexproof more, or do I want to counter with a dispute? I think I want to counter this with a hexproof. And if this is like a Fatal Push or something, okay, good. Blah blah treasure. Okay, sure. I kind of wish I had just like another spirit to put in for that, but oh well. Let's go ahead and get our attack on here. So we are protected from a Bring to Light by these Wanderers here. I am not protected from... Yes, I am. Never mind. Nope, I lied. We're good. Everything is good. Life is easy. Everything is perfect. Hopefully they don't... Actually, no. Even if they try to resolve a Niv Mizzet here, I'm still okay. Because I can just, like, Mystical Dispute Dispel and then counter a Mystical Dispute that they're trying to target back. So let's do this. Whoop whoop, let's go. Gas, gas, gas would be more appropriate. You're right, but like I'll take the running from the 90s because, you know, we just kind of ran away with that game. So I will yeah, that was sweet. But so far so good. We are what, 801 today? Let's fucking go, spirits. All the tribal nonsense. First elementals, now spirits. So yeah, let's try to run that back for 2 more. God, Curious Obsession is such a fucked Magic card. It's so good. Because like all of these decks that like would normally be really, really shit at card advantage, we just get to like overwhelm our opponents with Curious Obsession so easily sometimes. And God, when it works, it's great. There are no free wins in spirits. Laughs in 3 Mausoleum Wanderers. Facts. Like just 3 Mausoleum Wanderers is just like a giant fuck yeah, let's go. But yeah, you literally did mention that earlier, where it's just like, hey, here's 3 Mausoleum Wanderers, and as you saw at the end of that game, we were even holding the Supreme Phantom. So like, even if they did have another spell to fight over that same Mausoleum Wanderer with, they were at 6. So we still would have gotten to do the thing where we play a Supreme Phantom, trigger both Mausoleum Wanderers, and still just do 6. So yeah, life is apparently easy peasy today. So this will definitely help to recoup some of those games last week where, yeah, WotC, you like to reprint good Magic cards with different names. I'm just saying, there are 4 open and drop spots in Spirits. That's facts. Like, if y'all want to give us a functional reprint of Mausoleum Wanderer, I will not argue against that. I don't think we'll be going so far as to, like, reprint Peekaboo, but, like, or rather to print Peekaboo, but, like, I'll take another 4 Mausoleum Wanderers. I mean, honestly, anything that's better than Spectral Sailor, I'll pretty happily take. Who am I trying to kid? Okay, so we reveal our friendo Lurrus here. Our hand sucks, so we're going to ship it. They reveal the Lurrus as well. Which means if there's auras, I'll be sad about putting back this Shacklegeist, but whatever. And this is not much better, but it's a little better. I will take a little better. 8 Mausoleum Wanderers would be insane. It would be insane. That's why I want it. I'm greedy. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Worst enemy. Why are you like this? Magic, no. I guess our day was going a little too well, huh? Alright, well, we're going to put this in tapped because we realistically assume that their next play is going to be like an Eidolon. And it is true that the Staggering Insight has the ability to help us with the lifelink here, but the likelihood of that actually happening on the draw is so fucking low that I'm still pretty scared of what's happening here. So we go to 16. Again, not exactly excited about this, but I can play Supreme Phantom here, and they can use a spell on their turn to kill it, which I'm mostly okay with because I kind of have to be okay with it. I don't have a choice. If it is a Wizard's Lightning, I'll be glad that they are using it now. Okay. And ideally, next turn, what happens is I'm able to put in a Rattle Chains, protect Rattle Chains with Spell Pierce, hoping that their mana next turn is tied into something like a, I don't know, like a Lightning Strike maybe. I can Spell Pierce that, untap Staggering Insight, and protect with the other Rattle Chains. So that's kind of what I'm hoping. Is Bolt Pioneer legal? Not even close. Bolt is definitely not Pioneer legal. So I take, what, 7 here? I go to 7? Fuck. Welp. Shit. Well, our plan sucks. Because that was just like a hyper aggro turn. So I am basically finger crossing at this point. So they're showing 5 damage. Ew. Well, it looks like this Rattle Chain is now on blocking duty, which is fucking terrible. He has to play Boltant. Yeah, like Wizard's Lightning is the closest thing they're going to get to Bolt really anytime soon here. So I guess I kind of have to block, which is fucking trash. Oh, you know what? Is this a Wizard's Lightning anyway? It is a Wizard's Lightning, so I'm just dead anyway. Alright, never mind. Alright, concede. Sad times. So here we get to put in Devout Decrees, all 4 of these portable holes. Cards that we want to take out. Selfless Spirit's a little embarrassing against this deck, and honestly so is Lofty Denial. So even on the play, 2 mana counterspells against 1 mana threats is just never where a deck really wants to be. That's what we usually do to the Niv Mizzet decks. But 1 mana answers. Whoop whoop, let's go. One Punch Man song? Alright, I'm in this. Oh, it's a live version, it sounds like. Ooh. Okay, Spotify, I see you. 3, 2, 1. Born in the Mystical Dispute. Yes, for the, what, Prismari Guild Blocker or whatever, the 3/3 that's hybrid red-blue, and you can attack for 3 if you cast a spell pre-combat. Sounds fucking awful. Alright, so let's do this. And this hand, again with the basic planes, but I'll shut up and take this. It's not great, but I do have ways to help protect myself. Staggering Insight with either Rattle Chains or Spell Pierce up sounds pretty nice. And I don't necessarily know that I want a Curious Obsession anything, but like, whatever, let's see what happens. Okay, tapped. Damn it! Damn it! Why don't I have a Spectre Sailor in hand? Alright. Oh, man. So, ooh, what is best case scenario? Best case scenario here is that I put in Rattle Chains. Yeah. I guess best case scenario is probably that I just like resolve Rattle Chains. I don't want to pry Shacklegeist because that leaves me wide open to a Searing Blood. But if they play like Den of the Bugbear, that's pretty good. Monastery Swift Spear. Okay, that sucks. I'm just gonna take the 1 here. If they play like a Light Up the Stage, I'll be pretty happy about beginning to put in Shacklegeist and giving it Rattle Chains and giving it lifelink. Fuck. Alright, fine. Please just like no Shock, no Wild Slash, no Magma Spray. Oh shit, they actually don't have a spell? What the fuck? How do you not have a spell to kill this in mono red? Oh, well, alright. Can't do much about that. Yuck. Alright. Upside to it specifically being chained to the rocks, I guess I can portable hole it. But like, this is bad. Oh man, a 1-drop earlier would have been so good, and I just didn't have it. I'll take a portable hole right now, please, to give me back my Shacklegeist. That'll be sweet. Light up the stage. Oh, whoops, did I fucking... Oh, I did. I deserve that. I pressed 6. That's on me. Okay. So, this is actually not that bad. So, assuming they play a spell pre-combat... Remove the yeah, right. They're casting the Wild Slash, sure. So, all things considered, not that bad. So I can let them attack. EOT, I can dance around their Searing Blood with the Spectral Sailor into Rattle Chains. If I untap with either creature, I'll be pretty happy about getting to untap with the Lifelink enchantment. Lightning Strike my face, okay. So I take 5. I don't like it, but it happens. But this is still just like not a good plan overall. Alright, let's try it. I'm gonna try to untap now. They didn't cast it! Oh my god. Wow, that is patient fucking play from our opponent. Well, I'm still gonna try to give myself lifelink. Like, it's not pretty. If they have 2 1-mana removal spells, then I am just the fucking saddest person in the land here. Lightning Strike. Okay, so I'm actually gonna use the Spell Pierce rather than the other thing. So, at least I get to do something here. But honestly, I'm only going up to 10, and that's still not preferable here. I want to draw an untapped land so that I can also cast You See a Guard Approach. Damn. So, that's kind of awful. Oh man, that's so good too. Pyromancer turns on Wizard's Lightning. So, I go to 8, at least 7. Are we dead? Damn it. The opponent, stop having everything. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's like their entire deck, but that doesn't mean I can't be sad about it. So, I'm at 6? Ew. What do I even do from here? This is not great. So, I guess... So, okay, so let's be real. What can I do? So I can buy Lurrus. Yeah, I can buy Lurrus, use one of these to tap down this, take 1, go to 5. This is all perfect world, of course. The following turn, I can cast Lurrus, hope to draw a land, and protect Lurrus with this. The following turn, untap and have Staggering Insight or these to make Lurrus a giant lifelinker, or to have 2 lifelinkers with this and another attacker. Are you sure you want to tap down Viashino and not Swift Spear? Oh, no. Yeah, Yeah, I think that's my only way to win this game, because, like, not drawing the portable hole earlier was, like, actual trash. But no, you're definitely right. Like, I mean, honestly, I'm not beating any 2 spells anyway. Or if they, like, you know, just draw a land and use this Den of the Bugbear, like, I have to tap that. But they did draw a land. God damn it. All right. So if that's a land in their hand... Oh, this is dope. I like whatever this mix is of this. All right. So... No, okay. I'm like, no. I need you to tap that. So I'd take 3, go to 3, assuming this is not going to cast a spell. If this casts a spell, then I'm already just not beating anything. Okay. So it is the nothing that I had hoped for. Now let's draw a land. Nope. Fuck. God, what can I do about this? Probably nothing is the actual answer, but I guess if they didn't have a spell last time, let's hope they don't have a spell this time. God, that's really my only out, is like crossing my fingers and hoping they just don't have shit. Yikes. That is not the best plan I have ever had in my life. And unfortunately, I think I actually have to keep this mana alive. If they just tap for Den of the Bugbear again, then I'm actually more okay with what are you casting? Boros Charm my face. Never mind. We're just dead. Alright, that sucks. But yeah, like, it's so hard to beat the mono red deck that I'm not even sad about that. It's just, what do you want me to do, right? Like, we've got 6 cards that are good against them. We saw none of them, and we got fucking dead. But our hand was at least serviceable, so we still had to kind of, like, try it out. You know, it's what it is. But yeah, Den of the Bugbear is also just really fucking threatening. Like, that land is so good. Like, it's crazy. Like, green and red, the colors that did not need the help from their land bases, are the ones that actually got the serviceable creature lands. And people are playing the blue one, but I think the blue one's really bad. What is it? You tap 6 mana and you get a 7/7 with Ward. Yuck. Play a random Wormcoil. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. What is it with you and Wormcoil Engine? Free falling. Alright. I feel like that is what our record is doing. It is free falling from a 3-0 to a lost die roll on round 5. Okay. This is getting added to the playlist. I like this. Also, I don't know where this song is in... Aha. There we go. Okay, so let's reveal our friendo here. And what do we got? Against Yorion. So realistically, we're probably against Niv Mizzet again. So double Lofty is pretty decent. Any of our... Yeah, alright, whatever. I'm here for it. Let's try it. It has Lifelink and Death Touch and is pretty good against red deck. But then you have to make it to turn 6 and that's not necessarily guaranteed. Oh, this is the mono white book deck. Okay. Okay. We can beat mono white book. So it's certainly annoying, especially being on the fucking draw. But we have Spell Pierce and 2 Lofty Denials to counter the Book of Exalted Deeds, so that's not all bad. Did I for some reason miss the Gas song? I'm sure it played randomly earlier, yeah. Charming Prince, sure. Don't sweat the small stuff. Jesus. I am good without Wormcoil Engine. Also, I don't think Wormcoil Engine is legal in this format. So even if I wanted to play it, I actually don't even think it's an option. Yeah, Scars of Mirrodin is nowhere near Pioneer. Oh, that's not bad, actually. So against this deck, I actually don't even have any targets for Rattle Chains anyway. So I'm actually pretty glad about being able to hold up Rattle Chains, and then starting next turn, I can hold up Spell Pierce plus play a creature. So that'll help counter the book and establish my board. So, as I said, don't sweat the small stuff. Jesus. Alright. So let's see what our opponent's doing here. But what is happening here? This one I like a lot less. I do usually like Electro Swing, but I don't know. I don't think I'm really here for this specific song. What is our opponent doing? And why is my head so itchy right now? Probably because it's getting a little hot in here. I'm actually just going to turn up my AC. Because it's already on, but it's not like at max level or anything. So they're paying 3 here. Is 3 mana for a book. I think I will counter the book because I just don't want to like deal with the combo, you know. So I take 3. I go to 16. But honestly, I'm pretty good with that unless I start getting to the point where I'm at like 10 or lower. Just cast your Wormcoil as a 6/6 flying Death Touch Spirit for 2 and hope your opponent doesn't notice. Okay, that plan I like a lot more. Just like, don't worry about it. You didn't see anything. It's cool. Alright, what are we doing here? Alright. Whoop. Go away, little hat. Okay. A Charming Prince. Okay. So, do we blink? Do we scry? Do we gain life? What are you doing? We are blinking Charming Prince. Sure. Whatever. I'll put in Rattle Chains. So, it is annoying that they do still have more creatures than I do. So their clock is still bigger than mine, which is, you know, whatever. They drew all their 1 and 2 drops in their Yorion deck. So I can't exactly be ultra sad about that, but like, okay. Here I can Shacklegeist plus Spell Pierce, which is pretty good. Or I can Spell Pierce plus Lofty, which is fine too. How do you play a deck that has no tutor, filter, or removal? I can't wrap my head around creature decks. They seem kind of awkward, but powerful at the same time. That's fair. So, Spirits has removal. I got Shacklegeist right here. Shacklegeist is definitely at least half a removal spell. At least. Let's not tell him I have it, though. Just notice that every spirit is actually an instant spell with a body. Yeah, exactly. Like, everything's just an instant. Like, this thing's a counter spell, this thing's a counter spell, this thing's a removal spell. It's fine, everything's fine. Scry 2, put 2 on top. Okay, opponent, I see you. I kind of hope they cast a book this turn and give me a reason to use this Spell Pierce, because honestly, right now, I'm not doing much. Shadow Spear. Well, that's not going to get a Spell Pierce, but it will catch the fucking Lofty Denial. Alright. Rattle Chains is a Veil of Summer for 2 with a body, and sadly without the card draw. The 2/1 is the card. Knight of the White Orchid. Well, I haven't done anything in this game, so that's not going to have text, really. So I go to 10. You know what? That's actually fine. I don't like it necessarily, but I do get to go ahead, attack for 2 here, and in theory, I can block something pretty nice with my combination of Spectral Sailor and Shacklegeist. So, yeah, not bad overall. 4 mana. What does 4 mana do for you, little opponent? Okay, so I am going to put this in. So, downside, this does allow them to resolve the book. So if they have exactly the combination of book and of Faceless Haven on top of their deck, then whatever, you got me, opponent. But for now, let's block the good creature. Oh, wait a minute. I have a fucking Spell Pierce in my hand. Never mind. So I take 4, go to 4, not a fan. What the fuck? They got the Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay. Well, that sucks. Shacklegeist the Yu-Gi-Oh card, I guess. They got the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card in their deck. Oh, man. I am getting so wrecked here. And this sucks, because, like, this game would be so different on the play. Wait. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That is not 14. Never mind. I think we just went from loss to 1. I think this game is actually ours now. Oh, shit. Alright, so I think I block with attack with exactly Shacklegeist here. Shackle Geist takes them to 12. I play Supreme Phantom. I can not profitably block that shit. Play Supreme Phantom. Tap this. Take 2, 3, 4. Shit. 11 is not 14. Yeah, 11 is not 14. So, let's see. If I can attack with this, do 3, take them to 11. 4 creatures. So what if... Yeah, I attack for 2 here. Use Spectral Sailor and Supreme Phantom to tap one of these. They attack with these 3. I still have 2 blockers. Yeah, let's fucking go. Yes. Wait, let's think about this again. Yeah. Alright. And I still have a Lofty Denial to back up my plan too. So, all things considered, they're popping a clue. That's good for us. My counterspell is still alive. So, I'm going to use Shackle Geist, tap this thing using Spectral Sailor, and actually the Rattle Chains, I think. $10 is also not 12. I got this. I'll just draw any spirit. They're clicking attack all. So I get to do this with counterspell backup. Block here, take 2, go to 2. So I've got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 with no other efforts. And I'm, of course, not considering the trigger that we just had here. I only counted Mausoleum Wanderers too. So we've got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. So I just need to draw any spirit. Or a +1 effect. See? We're good. Had it the whole time. Never didn't have it. Nice. Yeah. Never once didn't have it. I mean, yeah, I'm capping and that was fucking difficult. But if anybody asks, never didn't have it. So what do we want to sideboard against this deck? I guess I don't really want the Usia Guard approaches. I don't necessarily mind the portable holes. But everything else is, like, fine here. I still want the Spell Pierces because they do play the Book of Exalted Deeds. I want all of these counterspells for both the book and the creatures. I don't necessarily care that much about tapping their cards, which is why this is the worst of the options. Yeah, you guys had me second guessing by counting. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? We just did this. Okay, yeah, like, but 12 is 12, yeah. I'm like, wait, I swear I bought myself an extra turn. Okay. So I guess this is where it's at. I don't know that I need the portable hole more than a copy of, like... This is fine. I'm talking myself out of stuff. I don't need to be. I don't think this deck really needs the 4th copy of Portable Hole, but I am still satisfied putting some number in. Boo! This hand. Again with this goddamn Plains, but this hand is better. So let's do this and ship, I guess, the Rattle Chains. I'll be glad for the Selfless Spirit if I get in a scenario where I'm blocking. So I guess this is better on the draw than another Rattle Chains. Yeah, alright. I guess we'll run this. So if this is going to be the type of game where instead of like Thraben Inspectors, oh, ooh, yes, don't mind if I do. 1-drops, yes please. Spirits that's blocking a rare sight indeed. It actually comes up quite a bit against like other aggro decks. Like, you know, sometimes we'll be stuck blocking like in, you know, a lot of Spirits Mirrors or against like the big ass green decks that used to be a thing all the time. Okay, Magic. So I guess I just do this and hope for a blue land? Is that better than just playing fucking Selfless Spirit and then like giving myself a chance to draw another blue land next turn? Nah, I'm being a punk bitch. Let's just draw a blue land. Just gonna draw a blue land. Everything will be fine the whole time. God damn this basic planes! We're playing 2 of them and they come up so much more than basic islands. Oh, okay. Never mind. Always had it. Go. Just play basic mountain and say, I might as well. Cast book, walk into Spell Pierce. Fuck. Alright, fine. You got me. Boo. Won't be a problem with Blood Moon, you're not wrong. Damn you being on a draw. Alright, well, I guess I just hold? Yeah, alright. Oh, I'm so mad. More removal one can play with creature decks, right? Oh, they don't want to walk into a blocker. Alright, fine. I mean, I had it, so. But that doesn't mean you couldn't be kind enough to walk into it. Are they playing Yu-Gi-Oh card here? No, just Charming Prince. Alright, well, I don't have another creature, and I'm not putting one out for you to Skyclave, so fuck off. Were you playing 4-color elementals earlier? I was, yes. Scrying, okay. Yeah, we played 4-color elementals earlier. That went pretty sweet. So let's end this turn with Rattle Chains. No tutors on creature decks. Imperial creature decks different. Exactly. Like, there's lots of options. Y'all are out here hating and shit. That's not bad. So I am going to do this. I do want to draw a card. I prefer that card to blue land, but I will shut up and take this as is. So I am taking 6, going to 10. Yes, and yield. Okay. Not the worst. Alright, so here's where I actually do want another white land later on. But, okay, so they have the Faceless Haven. So I take this, I go to 10, and then that's going to be 10 with this on the table next turn. So I got to watch out for that, I guess. But this is kind of what I meant by, like, a blocking scenario, because we are definitely looking at some blocks next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this Yu-Gi-Oh card? Oh, book. It's the book. Well, that sucks. Gotta lofty it. Not happy about that, but oh, that's actually helpful. So let's see. So I can do this. I can attack, draw the card, because I still need to do that. Like, that's just not really an option to not do that, I guess. Otherwise, I can't really catch up and do anything. But here I have Supreme Phantom plus Selfless Spirit plus, importantly, a Spell Pierce too. So I can take 6 from their attacks, or they can do nothing with that, which I guess I'll also take. But annoyingly enough, if this is like, I don't know, like Yu-Gi-Oh card or anything else here, then I will not necessarily be the most excited about that, but I'll be happy to get rid of Skyclave, get a token out of it, take only 2 instead of 10, and then kind of see what I can come up with as far as next turn's concerned. Like, that's not even that bad for... Oh, fuck you. I just want a blue land, get to blue land, not the worst. Jesus, you ever happy? No. No, 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 no. And for some reason it filtered that one as well. Ah. Okay, so there's the white land we asked for. So I can play this. Get this. Cast it. And this is the turn where I chill because I'm at 8. And starting next turn, I have some pretty baller looking attacks. If I see a thing that grants lifelink, that's even better. So let's hope that they don't have a book as the top card of their deck, or the card that searches for book. A Plains is so far so good. Hold the line. Hold the line. Hold the line. Oh. Alright, well I guess to just do this and take 4. Yeah, let's just do that and take 4. So I take 4, go to 4, and hopefully nothing too terrible happens to us this turn. I do get a 2/2 token out of it, so I have good blockers for this. What the fuck are you... Oh, alone. Just a giant fucking angel. Alright, well I didn't have that solved anyway, so... Alright, you got me. So I can cast Lurrus Spirits here. And unfortunately, I don't have a copy of, oh, what do you call it? Shacklegeist yet? Right? I didn't side any out, did I? No. Okay, so I do still have Shacklegeist. The cool part about this, though, is they also just don't have good attacks, which is nice. But I do need... Oh my fucking god, are you letting me block that? God, can I kill you? No, I cannot kill. Alright. So I guess I just block and sack then. Alright, so that's... So they're not going to gain any life, which is really nice. But I also don't get to rebuy my, anything. Buying Yorion, casting Yorion. Alright, I can't do anything about that. You got it. So what are we hoping for here? I'm hoping for a Shacklegeist would be nice. They do have that stupid loop of Charming Prince plus this thing, and that's pretty annoying, but we did get the Shacklegeist off the table, which is important. This is not looking great. I spy with my... Oh, yeah, I don't think Twitch allows religious talk really at all, even if it's in positive. I think they just kind of nip all of that in the bud. So, yeah, the Spell Pierce is kind of looking like trash, not going to lie. So, let's draw Shacklegeist. That is damn near the exact opposite. All right. So, we do get to keep this going at least. So, that's not nothing. And if they're dumb enough to try attacking with these, then I have great blocks with Lurrus Spirit. But this is not great. So again, they have the stupid Charming Prince loops, which is annoying. But really poor attacks. If I ever draw a Shacklegeist, though, I think I'm actually okay. They do have a lot... Never mind everything I just said. Fuck. Alright, that sucks. Alright, so here I do want the portable hole. Spell Pierce was pretty terrible. Is Dovin's Veto better than the Spell Pierce? I could also just play Usia Guard Approaches here. So that does weaken me a little against exactly the book. But it strengthens me against either their regular creature stuff or against Skyclave to get rid of my shit. But I can't do anything about the portal or portable hole combo otherwise. So I think I'm stuck calling the portable hole combo a necessary evil. Big brain play Lurrus in the main. No thank you. I think I'm just gonna accept that I can lose to the book plus thing if they have it in their 80 cards. Random mainboard worm coil. Yeah, you and this worm coil. Okay, so this is not great, but not bad. I will shut up and take it. More importantly, I'm happy to not fucking mulligan, which is nice. So let's go ahead, play our blue land here. I've got double white already, so I don't really have too much complaining to do about the way my mana set up this time. Inspector, sure. Inspect the deck. What do we got? We have a Hallowed Fountain, okay. Just joined the stream. What's happening? What up, Snarf? So we are in the middle of playing our second league of the day. We played 4-color elementals earlier, and we did collect a trophy with that, so that was pretty sweet. We are now playing as blue-white spirits featuring Lurrus as a companion against mono-white Book of Exalted Deeds here, and we're in game 3, which obviously we don't necessarily want to be on game 3, but I am glad to be on the play here at least. So I'll play this attack for 3, hold up a counterspell, and next turn I can play Supreme Phantom and still hold up counterspell. So if they play something important here, great, I'll counter it. If they play something unimportant here, honestly, I'll probably still counter it. But because I don't want to like just waste my turn. But if all they're doing is attacking for 3 and holding up the clue activation, then I'm not sad about that. 14. So with the with the Supreme Phantom, I'm currently winning the race, which is nice. Priest of Ancient Lore, you can have that. That is definitely a good magic card, but it is not one that I care about this turn. Here, let's untap and go right back to winning this race. Hell yes, let's go. So 5 is 12. So the Supreme Phantom is a pretty great blocker, which is nice. A counterspell is obviously exactly what we want here. Knight of the White Orchid. I actually think I let them have that. Ooh, let's... Knight of the White Orchid, get your land. Casting probably a Charming Prince. Or I can just counter this. Not let them get the land. But what am I doing with my next turn if I counter this? I don't know that I like that counterspell, but I think too many turns of doing nothing is not something I can really handle. Yeah, so I'll block 2, take 1, go to 12. Okay. Okay. Close but no cigar on the killing them part, but 10 is pretty close. So now I'd really prefer to just draw another counterspell, but if I don't, whatever. Okay. But like, let's be real, they're at 2. If you counter this, you attack for 9. It was 10. I drew the Curious. It was pretty sweet. So here, what can they do? They can immediately play like a Lyra or something annoying. They're holding back blockers for what? Fucking Settle the Wreckage? Oh, you know what? It might actually be Settle the Wreckage. I should probably play around that. So I am gonna play around that. Let's just do Spectral Sailor. And Selfless, and I can sacrifice Selfless, put Lurrus in hand. This is going to play around exactly like an Archangel Avacyn, but not a Settle the Wreckage. Not doing these plays around both. So if they have exactly settled, okay, it is a settled wreckage. All right, so here I will. Okay. I want this in my graveyard. Yes. So I'm gonna get a island here. All right, go. So this is probably a Skyclave, but now they have a lot of problems to solve still. So let's see. They have the book. Okay. Charming Prince to gain 3 life. That is not good enough. Hell yeah, let's go. So they go to 5. I attack for way more than 5. Let's fucking go. Alright. So they do make a 3/3 angel, which is important. But that's still not good enough to protect them. Oh, even better. Never mind. I was going to say because I can do Lurrus things, but, like, this plays. So, Shackle Guys, tap you, and you. Get sad, opponent. Bloop, bloop. Sick. Hey, bot. Goodbye, bot. Cool. So, yeah, so like we said, in that very last round, or that last turn, the one where we got Settled the Wreckaged, yeah, I wanted to attack with exactly 2 creatures, because that played around them potentially having access to the Settled the Wreckage that they ended up having, but it also protected us from dealing with Archangel Avacyn, in case that's what they had instead of Settled the Wreckage, because the mono white deck can totally have that. So I think we got pretty well rewarded for knowing what cards to play around there, and honestly, 4-1, not bad. Like, that's what we did last time with this deck, that's what we did this time with the deck, so still no trophy with this list, which we'll fucking get there. But honestly, today, not a bad day. Like, we went 9-1 in matches, which was super sick. So it was a good day for the tribal decks, and that means that I am going to be done for today. So we had obviously a really good day, and before today started, it was nice for sure. Before today started, I did get to go ahead and write out like a full primer, like one that I'm actually going to edit and make nice and stuff, for the Elementals list that we played today, and I'm actually really glad now that we got to justify me doing all of that with the 5.0, because I'm going to go ahead, edit that, make it look nice, upload that, and I'll get to reference today's stream in the in the primer video. So I'm glad I got to chill with y'all to see all of that happen. That was really nice. So what we're going to do here, now that today's kind of over as far as stream's concerned, is on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and look for somebody to raid y'all over too. And on YouTube, like I said, I'll be uploading that later, but I will also keep the deck lists that we played today up in the video description on YouTube so that y'all can check that out at your leisure. But also, yeah, I will simply see y'all Wednesday. Everybody else, have a good rest of your day or evening wherever you are, and look forward to seeing y'all.